intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity. Will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you, and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. I welcome all of you who are watching us today on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and many other social media platforms. I welcome all of you today for this Parashakti Akashic readings, where we will be seeing the Akashic readings given by Devi Parashakti herself out of her extreme compassion.
Yes, Maya, can you go to the next slide? Yes. So if you are here, it means existence wants you to be here in this form. You are not an accident, but you are an incident. You are a conscious miracle of existence. Existence is trying to express itself through you. Welcome to this sacred spiritual experience, your digital experience of the divine.
And this may be what you think as your first time in the presence of a divine cosmic being. But this is not the first time this energy has actually graced planet Earth. So if you are watching this now, it is not a coincidence, but a cosmic intervention in your life to make you manifest what you want.
You are a conscious miracle of existence. How is this possible? How has this worked before? Experience these answers through powerful cognitions as reference from the ancient texts of Hinduism revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
And now let's see who is Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. Let's see a small introduction about her.
The ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is the soul. It is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on, Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism.
And the first and foremost relationship is mother, the ability to learn. And even the idea to relate starts with the mother. How to relate starts with the mother. So understand your idea to relate and your ability to relate starts with the mother. A mother is a too important factor to connect with what you think as life. And in the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware that your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos and it should inspire and awaken your higher consciousness. And connecting with life through the mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect.
So the cosmic mother, today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to all our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
And now let's see and understand the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What exactly is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan?
What is Samadhi? Sama is oneness and Adhi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source and Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect.
And Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, our when the time of darshan, the moment when you have darshan is when you behold a avatar, a deity, an avatar, an incarnation, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and create a deep lasting transformation in the receiver. And the darshan is a powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times, and he simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. And the auspicious moment when you are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, which raises you to the next level of super consciousness, which is like hitting a reset button on your being.
So the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, where the divine cosmic beings are real, they manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. So the divine cosmic being manifests through Arshavatara deities in the temples and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is Nijavataras incarnations.
And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of where the Nijavatar manifests Paramashiva, the consciousness. And it is where the formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, for us to experience Paramashiva.
So the Arshavatara deity reflects the consciousness and manifestation, being of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Arshavatara directly. So the avatar, the physical down to bridge the gap and create you can go
And
back to
the Bhava
previous slide.
Samadhi, yes.
Yes, so that avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create experience of the superconscious energy in all of us.
And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens the Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being, which is in all of us. And this influx of superconscious energy actually visibly slows down the aging process as well as improves immunity to disease and many more such superconscious breakthroughs. And during the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor for these superconscious energies. And these energies heal, empower, and transform all of our lives.
So during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatars. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed moments or the information of the avatar just by seeing. And without moving, receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar.
And the Akashic readings are not a prediction, but readings from the cosmic archives, beyond space where the creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time, the past, present, and future starts. But as the Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, no present, and no future. And that is why what you call as happening, happening, and yet to happen are clearly already recorded.
About the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1000th as per Hinduism and is recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam, which is the Tonde Mandala Adinam, the incumbent emperor of Suryavamsha Saranga Samrajyam, and the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, which is the largest apex monastic order.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1000th and is the present 23rd Gurumasa Nidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swarga Paramadinam and is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1000 Hindu leaders.
He is also revered as a teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched. And he has authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 different languages, which are English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. And these are translated in 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And he has also over 20 million copies of books and articles, which are sold, read, and downloaded in over 10,000 hours of discourses. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also enriched 1 billion plus lives digitally and is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gitas, Jain Sutras, and many more.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sannyasis, establisher of largest Hindu university, the Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University, in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries, establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem and is the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvagnapitas, collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books.
And now we will be moving on to the next segment where we will be seeing the live demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis given as a gift to humanity and given to all of us as a gift by Supreme Pontiff Hinduism through the science of Diksha. So we will now be moving to the next segment where we will be seeing a live demonstration of the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis. I request the NTV volunteer to project the power manifestation slides. And so today the Balasans and the Nityananda yogis and the initiate disciples of the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism will be sharing with all of us, with all of you, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis given to us through the Diksha and initiation by the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism. Yes, we can move on to the next slide.
Yes, ma. Next slide. So in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we will be manifesting the following power of third eye, where we'll be seeing with the eyes blindfolded. So many of us might be wondering where the third eye is located. Third eye is the cosmic browsing center, which is located in between the brows, which upon initiation, one can effortlessly express the powers and see through the third eye just as you could with the normal 2 eyes.
And now let's see what are Shaktis. What exactly are these Shaktis that we are speaking about and how they work?
In the Vedagamas, the Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the Shaktis, the divine powers. Manifesting powers, the Shaktis, are described as a system, method, and science for human beings to explore the various possibilities in powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are divine and you need to manifest divine, and not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine.
And many of us might have heard the term siddhis as a word used for the manifestation of powers. So let's look at the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis as what Swamiji says. So Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru, and are a source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment and are on the path of enlightenment.
And the Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after initiation from the avatar and are permanent, whereas the Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from enlightenment.
And the source of all these Shaktis, Paramashiva, is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging, beyond time, space, form, and causality. And as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Tropava, which is pulling out delusion, and Anugraha, which is liberating grace for all living entities.
And the incarnation of that source of Shakti is Paramashiva, avatar of Paramashiva, the supreme point of Hinduism, Jagadguru Master Nidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the thousandth living of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers, the Shaktis, was lived and taught as lifestyle. For the first time in modern days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace, which is never accomplished before.
And all of this knowledge and science of our manifestation is passed down from one generation to the next generation through the science of Diksha, initiation by the enlightened gurus. And the Supreme Point of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences of initiation to initiate and to pass the knowledge repositories for billions of people to manifest these signs of our manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana and Paramashiva Vijnana, and through many more other practices, he was trained and taught to pass these sciences through initiations to many more people. And you all can also see all the various gurus who have trained and taught the Supreme Point of Hinduism ever since he was young. And this is actually called the Guru Parampara, where from one generation it is passed down to the next.
So, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Every jnana, the ultimate truth mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as powers prajnana.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being
So this is
through
a
look,
video on the science.
word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi, Bengaluru. Contact 97422 03311 82774 90091. Visit www.nithyananda.org.
Yes, so that was a video on the science of Diksha. And now we will be seeing how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through 4 aspects of evidences or pramanas.
The first is the Shastra Pramana, which is revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the science.
And then the next is the Atma Pramana, which is an account of the supreme point of Hinduism, this millennium's avatar's personal experience on the power of his experience of the power manifestation. And the next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation.
The Vedagamas are the living applied science. So the Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hinduism and are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. And the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas together, the Vedagamas are given the status of Shruti as the Vedagamas are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate eternal unchangeable truths. And reference from the Vedagamas, these Shastras are the source scriptures and are in Sanskrit term called the Shastra Pramana.
Yes, so now let's get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the powers of third eye. So we'll be first getting into the power of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. And we will be seeing the 4 types of pramanas for this power.
Yes, so the first is the Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana Lave कपालान्तर्मनोऽन्यस तिष्ठन्मीलितलोचनः क्रमेण मनसोदार्ध्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. The translation to this verse is, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Laksham by having the vision beyond the sight, that is attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Krishna initiates Arjuna into this power of third eye. Nato maam shakyase drashtumanenaiva divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours, therefore I grant you divine third eye vision, behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. The 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagwan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna, and as Arjuna sees Bhagwan Krishna through the third eye.
Inside and outside broke.
You can pause the video, ma. So the Atma Pramana, where in Swamiji's own words, where Swamiji is sharing the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 directions below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me. The next being the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. This cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative open third eye state using the positron emission tomography, which is PET. It was scientifically proven that when doing the daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when in deep samadhi state, the open third eye state, only third eye region is active, and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. The Sakshi Pramana. This rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for their ultimate enrichment in conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as a living incarnation of Paramashiva. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting this pure, great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation, which is Diksha. Millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary power manifestation in their everyday life. So now we will be having the live demonstration of the Sakshi Pramana disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now we have with us Ma Madhura, who will be demonstrating this power, the power of third eye, to all of us. So Ma Madhura is having an eye band in her hand, as you can all see. It has a strap which will just hold onto the head. That strap will the eye band onto the head. It has also a sponge attached to it, which will help with no light entering inside the eyes by sticking onto the face, and still it will be still comfortable as well as not let the light inside. So when this eye band is put on Madhura's eyes, those two and in those two openings of the eye band, the eyes will go and stick a little bit. See, as you all can see, these two openings, the eyes will just openings, and there is no possible way light can enter inside. The ophthalmology has already eye band will not help, not let any light inside. It is scientifically proven, and now it was the volunteer who is there around Ma Madhura to put this eye band on Ma Madhura's face.
Yes, so all of you can see the eye band being put on me.
So now the volunteer is placing it on the nose so that it will be covering properly, and is tightening the eye band.
You can move a little to the right and center. Yeah.
So as you all can see, the eye band has been put tightly on top of the face, and Ma Madhura is turning left, right, up and down, and showing that there is no possible way of light entering inside. Yes. So then with this, whoever wants can comment whatever you want in the YouTube
Yes, in the
comment
HDH
section.
Nithyananda YouTube channel, you can post anything you would like me to read in the comment section. Yes, I think the last comment we have is from Ma Nitya Maha Adbhut Charitra, who has put Nityanandam and then 3 Namaskar emojis with white hands or like brownish hands, and then a red heart. And anyone else who would like to put in your comments, you can put a number, sequence of emojis, numbers, words, sentences, and you can even put something that doesn't even make sense or something which you would like me to read, any scientific word. And yes, we have another comment from Nitya Gobamananda Indira, who has put, I feel blessed to be here. Yes, you are surely blessed with the grace and blessings of Swamiji. It is not a coincidence that you are here. Only with Swamiji's blessings you can even be here. And we have another comment from Saranka Vityakaran, who Manitya Lalatakshananda, who has put Jivan Mukti Bhashya is the book to read, the Chaturmasya, and then a rose emoji and a emoji with 3 books, with a yellow book, blue book, and a green book. Yes, and actually the Jivan Mukti Bhashya is the book that all of you should read during this Chaturmasya. Even Swamiji has said in the satsang.
Yes. So as you all can see, the comments are being projected, just like how Ma Madhura started reading. First, the last comment when she started reading was Nityanandam by Maha Adbhuta Charitrama, and then she read exactly whatever is being projected, where Ma Guhpamananda has shared, I feel blessed to be here, and Jivan Mukti Bhashya is the book to read this Chaturmasya with the same colored. As you all can see exactly what Paramashiva revealed to Ma Madhura, and what people have been commenting in the YouTube section is exactly the same.
Yes, and we have another comment from Rahul Aswani, and he has put a heart emoji and a namaskar emoji. And anyone else who would like to comment, you can put any scientific words which you think I may not be able to read or I may not be able to pronounce. But even if I'm not able to pronounce it, I can read the spelling out and I can tell you what it is. So anything you would
Also,
like me to
some
read, it
other
can even
languages.
be a language, yes, a different language, anything you would like me to read.
Yesterday we had two different languages, which is we had two different languages, Telugu and I think
Nepali.
Nepali. So anybody else wants any other languages, you can put it in the chat. You will see that either she will be able to write it down and show, or she will be able to read it out through the third eye.
Yes, so we have another comment from Saranka Nithyananda Paramashivam. She has put two heart emojis, two namaskar emojis, then a trishul emoji, and then a heart with a dot under that type of emoji. And then we have Manitya Mahadvita Charitra, who has put something in, I think, Chinese. It looks like Chinese. And then we have Rahul Aswani, who has put alpha, beta, and gamma radio waves, and then a Deepa emoji and a flower emoji. And it is a mud lamp, and the
Amazing.
fire is facing the right side, like my right. So yeah, and between after alpha, beta, and gamma, there are three dots before the word radio.
So exactly whatever has been put by Rahul Ashwaniya, which is some scientific terms. Exactly, that is what Parameshwar revealed to my mother also. And
Yes,
as you
and
all
I
can
think we
see,
have
Ma
another
Advaita
comment from
Charitra has
Saranka Vidyakaran Mantyalalakshananda. She has put something which I think is Gujarati, if I'm not wrong. It is some North Indian language. And then we have another comment from Rahul Aswani, who has put a thumbs up emoji and a smiley emoji. Maybe Ma Saranka and Ma Mahadvita Chaitra, maybe you both can get back in the comments about what language it is. And yes, now Ma Saranka has again put, I think, something in Kannada. She has typed a word in Kannada.
yes. So as you all can see, Ma has put in another language, which I think is, as my mother has said, Parameshwar revealed to her as Gujarati. Rahul Ashwaniya has put thumbs up and a smiley emoji. And Ma has put in another language, which is Kannada.
Yes, and all of you can also get back in the comment section. Maybe you can get back saying what language it is, and I'll be reading it through my third eye saying which language it is. Like you can, if it's Telugu or Kannada, you can get back in the comments saying what language it is, and I will read it saying with whatever you type. And
Yes,
anyone else who would like to put any other comment can put your comments in.
yes. You can actually put the language, and Ma Madhura will read what language you have put in.
Yes, and Ma Saranka has now said yes, Gujarati and Kannada.
Amazing. So,
And then Ma Advaita Chaitra has said yes, it is Chinese.
amazing. So, Parameshwar revealed to Ma Madhura and the third eye the languages of whatever has been put in the comment. And saying, you can all see in the comment which I've projected, where they have gotten back saying yes, it is that language, and exactly whatever Parameshwar has revealed.
Anyone else who would like to put in your comments before we move on to the next power? Okay, so now I request the volunteer to remove my IBAN. So I will be removing my IBAN now, and then all of you can see the IBAN.
So as you all can see in front of you, the eye bands are being removed. It is the exact same eye band that was put on Mama Madhura's face. It will be shown to the camera. So as you all can see, it is the exact same eye band. The mindfold and the same sponge and everything is same. It is the same eye band. So then with this, we'll be entering into the next power, which is the power of body scanning. Request the NTV volunteer to project the body scanning slides. So in this power of body scanning, one awakens to the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. The Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference to manifest the power of body scanning, is Swadehe Jagato Vapi Sukshma Sukshmatarani Cha Tatvani Yani Nilayam Dhyatvante Vyajate Para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts. Parashakti is revealed.
Yes, and the next, the Apta Pramana for this power of body scanning comes from the life of a Siddha whose name was Terayar. And he was one of the prominent disciples of Agathir. And one day a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agathir for healing. And Agathir uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Agathir then immediately instructs Terayar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the headache, and thus Terayar gains his name, which is Terayar.
So the next is the Atma Pramana, where account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's life, that on the 22nd December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, revealed how Swamiji uses the power of only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened and where the balances had to be done. I used allopathy as the second opinion to verify my findings.
And if you can also see the Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through initiate disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can see that few of the initiated disciples have shared their experience of this power manifestation, where they have manifested the power of body scanning and they've shared it on social media. So you can see screenshots taken of that. And now we will be witnessing the power of body scanning live being done. So anyone who would like a body scan can put your comments in the YouTube comment section and we will be doing a body scan for you.
Yes, so then TV operator can unshare the slide.
Anyone who is watching us right now on YouTube, can put your comments in the YouTube comment section, and we will be more than happy to do a body scanning for you. So yes, we have Mantya Gopamananda who is asking for a body scan and
Ma,
in
please
her
scan
belly
my.
areas.
Yes. So, Ma, I will be scanning for the healing for your belly area.
Yes, so Gopamananda, you are now being scanned and you are being healed. And anyone else who would like a body scanning and healing can put a message in the YouTube comment section requesting for body scanning, and we will be doing the body scanning for you. Yes, and I see Ma Saranka has asked, could you scan my body and tell me what my root pattern is? Yes, Ma. Now I will be scanning for you. So Ma Saranka, now you are being you will be scanned. And once Ma Prajna is ready, she will be sharing for Mantya Guhabamanda.
Yes. So, Ma, Guhpamananda, I was able to see. I was able to see that. In the belly area, there is some sort of pain or the poking feeling that that you're having, and the solution I was able to see for the that I was able to see that you have to apply some turmeric mixed with lemon on your belly. Have castor oil and haritaki. It's going to help you a lot. I was able to for you. You can get back in the chat, ma. And Ma Mariam Dawood has asked, yes, ma, I would like to have a body scanning. And now I will be scanning Ma Mariam Dawood for her body.
Yes, and Ma Saranka, what I was able to see for you, Ma, was that your root pattern is mainly attention need, and with that attention need, like that is the root, and from that fear also arises. So I was able to see these two as the main things, and for completing with that, this has all root patterns get formed before the age of 7. So like I was able to see the exact age when you develop a pattern for attention seeking, attention need, and like fear was around the age of 4 when you were, and like when you were going to become 5. That was around the time when you developed the pattern for attention seeking. And from that time, it's like if you don't get attention, then you feel that you have done something wrong, or you have done something that you are not getting attention, or people are not looking towards you, or telling you anything. So that is what affects you even in your day-to-day life. And even uh, because of that, like thought current, and because of that root pattern, thought current that you have also is based most of the time on like how you can get more attention, or more how people can be with you more, and how you can get more attention. So if you see, actually, even in your day-to-day life, at different points it is going towards that again. And that is also affecting you physically. I was able to see it's mainly affecting your stomach, and also it is also affecting actually your all the 7 chakras. It's affecting that. And I was able to see, if you do the root pattern completion, intensely do the root pattern completion which Swamiji gives, and if once you've done that intensely, I was able to see that you will be able to start manifesting powers. And the first power that you will be able to manifest will be remote vision. Remote vision and third eye reading. So these are the two powers which I was able to see will start immediately manifesting. And along with it, you will also manifest consciousness over matter. So you will start manifesting these three powers like really good if you do an intense root pattern completion, especially with attention, need, and fear. So this is what I was able to see for Yuma. And
Yes.
now I'll be scanning for Mahadbhuta Charitra has asked to scan and tell why she finds it hard to motivate herself. So yes, Ma, now I will be scanning you. And Goba Manand has also gotten back saying, yes, I do have poking pain in my belly and also scan my root pattern. So yes, Ma, you can, once you have shared, you can maybe scan the root pattern from Auntie Goba Manand.
And Ma Saranka has also gotten back saying, okay, Ma, okay, thank you so much, Ma. Yes, it makes sense, Ma. Okay, I will do that. So now I will be revealing what Paramashiva revealed for Ma Mariam Dawood. So Ma Mariam, you have very dry and kind of weak scalp and really dry. I was able to and uh, not so much, but really painful cracks on your foot. It is not like actually it is not like a evident crack, but you have pain on the sole of your feet, and I was able to see that you also face some sort of digestion problem, and the solutions I was able to see for these problems is for your digestion. I was able to see that you need to consume hot water with little bit of lemon in it, and in along with the lemon, you should add a little bit of castor oil in the water itself and drink the water. This is a solution I was able to see, and I was able to see for your hair that you need to apply some curd and haritaki mixed together on your scalp, and apply some lemon on your sole with some honey on your sole, and you will be able to see that there will be improvement in your sole area from the pain, and your hair will become softer, and it will become stronger when you apply key mix. This is a solution I was able to see for your third eye, for your body. And next, Ma Guhbamananda has also asked for a root pattern scanning, which we will be doing. And Yadnesh Dargalkar Aya has asked for a body healing. So that will also be done.
Yes, so when I Mahadbhuta Charitra, what I was able to see for you was the only thing which is blocking you in where you means where you're why you're finding it hard to motivate yourself is because you're not taking a strong decision and a strong step to motivate yourself. Continuously remind yourself, chant Mahavakya, and tell Swamiji to flow through you. Ask Swamiji and connect in oneness with Swamiji, and as Swamiji flowing through you, motivate yourself. So this is what I was able to see for you, Ma.
Yes, so and Ma Guhbamananda, I was able to see that your root pattern goes back to you feeling scared of disappointing your loved ones. For example, you are scared that your mother will become disappointed. You were scared that your mother will become disappointed if you do not study properly. It goes back to when you were just 7 years old, when you were studying, you were having this fear that what if I do not study properly? What will my mom think? You have the fear. The root pattern is that you have fear of disappointing the people who you love the most. This is the root pattern I was able to see, and the completion I was able to see is doing the samskara dahana kriya. You can get the samskara dahana kriya from the website and do the samskara dahana kriya in front of the mirror and with your with with your parents and um, with the close ones, and complete this thought pattern, and you will see that it will be really helpful when you do the samskara dahana kriya. And Yadnesh Dargalkaraya, I have done the healing for your body also.
Yes, and even I have done a healing for you, Aya, Yadnish Dargal Karaya. And I was able to see for you, just have a healthy diet that will itself keep your body healthy. So this is what I was able to see for you, Aya. And with this, we come to the conclusion of today's power manifestation segment. And for anyone else who would like a body scanning and healing and the manifestation of any other power, every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST, we will be having various sessions where we will be learning many things about the Parashakti, and we will also be having the power manifestation as we get ready for the Parashakti Akashic readings. So you all can join us every day at 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST again. And with this, we will be moving on to the next segment where we will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her. So I request the NTV volunteer to please project the next set of slides.
And just before that, Ma Adbhuta Charitra has also gotten back saying, "Thank you, Ma. Yes, you're very right. I will chant Mahavagya."
Yes. So now in this next segment, we will be learning about divine feminine consciousness and who is Devi Parashakti.
So the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti from सिन्दूरारुणविग्रहां त्रिनयनां माणिक्यमौलिस्फुरत् तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीमापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामलिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्फलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नगतास्तरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. The translation: the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body with a triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, and hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and holding a red lotus.
And another Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which describes her beauty, is also in the Lalita Sahasranama. Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dritapashankushapushpabanachapam animadibhiravritam ayukaihi vibhavaye bhavani. We can move on to the next slide. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color. Her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the nose, the good, the bow, and the flowery arrows in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima Feres, and she is the self within me.
Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, Parashakti, is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge.
And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, giving all of us boons, answering our prayers, healing us, revealing our past, present, future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
Words of Devi Parashakti herself, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Shripura Chintamani Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules Paramashiva, Meenakshi. As Nityananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbhaswarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja, Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nityananda, I came great compassion and blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nityananda and came down as Nijavatara.
And again, in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, she beautifully says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expressions of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good, to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you.
Literally, you're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at the moment. She is there in her scream, so always receive very traditionally. Keep two one betel nut and one coin in front of the screen. What's Devi? Coin is considered a traditional dakshina. In the Hindu, it can be to the lowest value in the India. It can be even 1 paisa, whereas in the US it can even be just 1 cent. I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent. It's completely alright. So for 100 days, if you have the darshan, then it adds up to $1. And in India, even 1 paise is completely okay.
And you can offer all of this to Devi. And after the darshan is over, you can take the banana, beetle leaf, and beetle nut as prasadam immediately and eat it. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the LA temple for it to be used as for the further procedures. And for many of you might be wondering how this beetle leaf and beetle nut may benefit you. Swamiji says this beetle leaf and beetle nut may look too small, but in a few days you will realize how much it adds up to your sentiments. That really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. And the rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior.
So as you all can see, you can place the main ingredients which are needed: the 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin, like kumkum, chandan, vastram, all of that. Also, if you want to offer, you can still keep it on the plate. And you can place the betel nut on top of the betel leaf and the coin on top of the betel nut, and then you can place a banana towards the side. You can even add a coconut to your tambulam plate. And after that, after the whole of the Devi darshan, Devi Baba darshan is over, as prasadam, you can consume the betel leaf and betel nut along with banana.
Yes. And now with this, we come to the conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and a little bit of what she has revealed for as she is giving us all the blessings and boons. And we have also learned how we can receive her when she comes for the darshan and initiations. And now we will be moving on to the further segments where we will be learning about what Devi Parashakti has revealed and how it has helped humanity and what she has revealed for humanity. So we will be learning about this in the next segment, and we will be back after a really short break to continue to the next segments. So please stay tuned.
Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivam.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations made for humanity during this time of the pandemic. We have heard Devi again and again guiding us, blessing us, answering our questions, giving boons, and answering all of our prayers. And Devi has been holding our hand throughout this pandemic, throughout this pralaya, to ensure that we are making the right decisions and ensure that we know what is to come. So let us understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations today and how they have manifested in our lives. We can move to the next slide, please. Out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So today, let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed about immunity and COVID-19. So as we all know, the world has been deeply affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And we have seen over 186 million people infected with COVID-19, and over 4 million people have died since this pandemic has begun due to COVID-19. And the worst affected countries are the United States, India, and Brazil. And these numbers that we are seeing here are considered to be severely underreported, especially within India. So the actual number of deaths could be much, much higher. The actual number of infections could be much higher than what we understand. The New York Times has reported that the number of deaths within India alone could be 14 times what has been reported. So this is just a very brief understanding of where we are. However, it could be much worse. The scenario could be much worse. So let us understand what Devi has revealed about this COVID-19 pandemic and how it will affect the immunity strength of human beings.
Realizing the power of my words when I say Corona is very much out there. With the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you, due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all the other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies, because Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, economical situations, social situations, mental situations, in every level. Cannot be described. Wait. This year, focus on keeping yourself alive.
So let us reiterate Devi Parashakti's words on the 18th of June, 2021. still you are not realizing the power of your words. When I say Corona is very much out there with the support of decision makers, rulers, people who are supposed to protect all of you, due to their irresponsibility, it is there and getting more and more strengthened. It is becoming more and more stronger in multiple forms. And all other diseases which are waiting to attack human bodies. Because of Corona, it has made the immunity strength weak in human bodies. Human bodies have lost the strength of immunity power. All the multi-layer after effects and side effects of this pralaya in political situations, in economic situations, in social situations, mental situations, in every level cannot be described. Wait, this year, focus on keeping yourself alive. So let us look at the three main revelations Devi Parashakti has made in this revelation. First, Devi explains that Corona has made the immunity strength weak in human body. So let us understand what that means exactly and how it has been manifesting in our world today. So it was reported in Science Daily on 29th of June 2021 that new research suggests that a coronavirus infection actually alters the biomechanical properties of red and white blood cells, in some cases for months, a possible long explanation for long COVID. So as we can see, exactly as Devi revealed, corona is actually weakening the immunity strength of human bodies and physically changing how the immune system works and how the physical aspects of the immune system. And the article continues on that COVID-19 significantly changes the size and stiffness of red and white blood cells, sometimes over months. These results may help to explain why some affected people continue to explain symptoms of long after an initial infection of COVID-19. And exactly as Devi revealed, people over the course of time will continue to experience the weakening of their immunity, the weakened immunity. And this is exactly explains how it is happening. It is COVID-19 is literally changing the size and stiffness of red and white blood cells, which is causing a severe effect on your overall immune strength, which is why many people continue to complain of symptoms such as fatigue, shortness of breath, and many other symptoms that are continue to exist well after the initial infection and recovery period. And in the Academy of Medical Science, it states that the way that the body defends against the virus is to recognize and neutralize it. However, in the Forbes, it was reported that corona actually suppresses the immune system by disrupting the actions of the body's immune cells. And this immunosuppression allows for the 2-week incubation period, which gives corona enough time to attack the body. So as Devi has already revealed, that corona has actually affected the immune system and actually has changed the immune strength of human bodies. And it has weakened the immune system. So here, let us look at a typical timeline for someone who is suffering with COVID-19. Initially, the incubation period lasts from 0 to 5 days. And after that, they experience the prodromal period, which is between 5 and 10 days. And the acute infection is between 10 and 15 days. Now, this is the period where most people end up in the hospital or in the ICU. And after this 2-week period, many people are able to recover. However, many people also experience longer term symptoms and continue experiencing symptoms for months afterwards. And we can go back to the previous slide, please. Sorry, can we go back to the previous slide, please? Yeah. So further studies, sorry, can we go back to the previous slide? We can go back to one more previous slide. We can go back to the previous slide. Okay, we can go forward with the slide. Yeah, so let us understand, sorry, we can go back on the slide. Sorry, can we go back to the slide with graphic with COVID-19? One more slide forward. Sorry, we can go forward one slide. One more slide. Yeah, we can stop here. So as we stated, this is the typical timeline for someone who has been infected and is suffering with COVID-19. So we can move to the next slide, please. So let us look at COVID-19 in comparison with other deadly pandemics throughout history. If we can actually compare specifically with the HIV pandemic, which you can see on the far left side, we can see that the HIV pandemic has taken over 35 million lives over the course of 40 years. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has only been affecting humanity for the past 2 years, and it has already taken the lives of over 4 million people. And these numbers, again, as I stated earlier, are considered to be severely underreported. So we can imagine how many lives are actually been taken from this pandemic over the course of less than 2 years. Now, this is actually, if you consider, it's well within the range of the HIV pandemic, which has over the course of 40 years taken so many lives. So we can consider the COVID-19 pandemic as one of the deadliest pandemics that in recent modern history that the world has experienced. So let us look at some of the long-term effects of corona on immunity. Recent studies show that the University of Oxford found that the cells are profoundly impaired after recovering from COVID-19. And in the British Society for Immunology, they have claimed that the effects of COVID are far beyond the respiratory health. It also affects our cardiovascular and renal system. So literally, COVID-19 is affecting multiple organ systems and is affecting how our body responds to other diseases and how our body responds, our immune response. So as we can see, Davy revealed this, that COVID-19 will literally weaken the immune system, and exactly as Davy revealed, we are seeing how it is manifesting. And in a recent article, it stated that exposure to the disease COVID-19 causes symptoms in multiple organ systems across the body, and it is not limited to only the lungs and respiratory system, as was originally thought. In addition, patients are reporting chronic symptoms such as fatigue, shortness of breath that has lasted 4 months after the original infection, and this is exactly what is termed as long COVID. And as we have learned earlier, it is suspected that COVID-19 actually changes the immune system, that it actually changes specifically the red and white blood cells, the size and the stiffness of it. So this is possibly why people are experiencing something as long COVID. The infection actually can affect the cardiovascular system, the renal system, the respiratory system, and can cause inflammation and fatigue long after their initial infection. And this exactly as we were told by Devi Parashakti, that it will literally weaken our immune strength. So here we can see how a set of healthy lungs look compared to a set of COVID-19 affected lungs. We can see on the left side the healthy lungs, which are don't have any scarring, and on the right side we can see all of the scarring on the lungs and how badly the lungs are affected by this infection. And the symptoms in the CDC, it was reported that symptoms can last weeks or months after the first initial onset of infection, and it can affect multiple organ systems that can include the heart, the lungs, the kidney, the skin, and the brain function. And as we can see that COVID-19 is literally affecting how our body functions, how our entire body functions, not just one system, the lungs or the respiratory system, but the entire multiple organs within the body, which eventually do affect how your body is able to respond to other diseases. So let us understand what Devi has revealed about that. Devi has revealed that all other diseases are waiting to attack the body because the immune strength of human bodies has been weakened. So let us understand that revelation. So as many of us have heard, black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases have been sweeping the nation in India and have been primarily affecting COVID-19 recovered patients. And in one article, it was reported that over 9,000 cases of this rare infection were discovered. This was in early June. And as of recent, even more cases have been discovered. And in another article, it is found that over 90% of the patients who have been affected by black fungus are patients who have recovered from COVID-19 infection. So we can see that this black fungus, white fungus, and these fungal diseases are the diseases that are waiting to attack the human body because they are primarily affecting COVID-19 patients and people who have recovered from COVID-19. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed that even if you have recovered, you are healthy again from COVID-19 after an initial infection, you are not necessarily protected. You will be susceptible to other diseases because of the way that COVID-19 has affected your body and how the immune system has been affected by COVID-19. And here we can see how exactly this is manifesting, how that so many COVID-19 patients who have recovered, who have survived COVID-19 are now being affected by black fungus, white fungus, and other fungal diseases. And here you can see the photos of people who've been affected by these diseases. And as many of us have heard, these rare fungal diseases have over a 50% mortality rate. So they are literally taking thousands and thousands of lives. So let us understand the final revelation made by Devi in this revelation. She stated that it is becoming more and more strong in multiple forms. So let us understand what exactly that means. So as many of us have heard, there have been several variants coming out of various countries, including Brazil, South Africa, UK, and India. And they have been sweeping the world and affecting thousands and thousands of people and have been causing multiple waves of this COVID-19 pandemic. So let us understand where some of these variants have come and how many countries they have been affecting. So the Alpha variant has come out of UK. The Beta variant has come out of South Africa. The Gamma variant has come out of Brazil. And the Delta variant has come out of India. And the Delta variant is one of the most highly transmissible variants and has been severely affecting the population in India. And viruses generally mutate, but in the case of COVID, we have seen that they are becoming more dominant. And as we can see, the variants that have been sweeping the world and affecting thousands and millions of people across the world. And it has been reported that the dangers of these variants was further highlighted when the World Health Organization categorized the Delta variant as the most highly transmissible variant of COVID-19. And this article also indicates that the Delta variant was the primary cause behind India's second wave of COVID-19. And as we know, the country has been severely suffering from this pandemic, this second wave of this pandemic, and unfortunately has to brace themselves for the upcoming waves of COVID-19, the possible third wave, which we may be seeing very, very soon. And here is just a small infographic of the variants that are currently circulating and how many countries have been affected by these particular variants. The Alpha variant out of the UK has affected over 173 countries. The Beta variant out of South Africa has affected over 122 countries. And the Gamma variant out of Brazil has affected over 74 countries. And the Delta variant out of India has affected over 104 countries. And other variants of COVID-19 have also been recently discovered, and over 4,500 sequences of the variants have been detected in about 60 countries. And these studies suggest that the Delta variant is about 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, which was much more contagious than the original strain that emerged from China. And the secondary attack rates have been known to be between 51 to 67% higher than that of the Alpha variant. And this is in regards to, again, the Delta variant, which has been severely affecting India over the past several weeks and months. And we are unfortunately having to prepare for other variants that may be arising. The Department of Hinduism has already revealed that the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant will be very soon affecting India. And that will be even more transmissible, more contagious, more strong in affecting people, and will cause even multiple more waves to come. So it is highly advisable that we take heed to these revelations and protect ourselves as they be revealed. The only priority for this year is to keep yourself alive. On the 14th of April, 2021, Devi revealed
Sharmila, Corona.
Yes, we can play this.
கொரோனா ஒழிந்தது. கொரோனாவை வைத்து அரசியலும் அழிவாட்டமும் செய்ய நினைக்கும் மனிதர்களின் சதிராட்டம் முடிய இன்னும் 4 ஆண்டுகளாகும். என் பக்தர்களையும் சீடர்களையும் கைலாய வாசிகளையும் நானே காத்துக் கொள்கின்றேன், நானே காக்கின்றேன். என் பக்தர்களுக்கு ஒரு துயரும் ஒரு துக்கமும் வாராது. ஆனால் உலகின் இந்த கொரோனாவின் சதியாட்டம் முடிய 4 ஆண்டுகள் ஆகும். 2025 தான் அடங்கும். இது சதியாட்டம், மனிதர்களின் சதியாட்டம்.
So let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelation translated into English. Corona is destroyed, but it will take 4 years for the political conspiracies done by humans to end. I will protect my devotees, disciples, and Kailasa. No suffering will come for my devotees, but it will take 4 years for the conspiracy of Corona to end. It will come to an end only in 2025. It is a conspiracy, a human conspiracy. So in this article, it has been highlighted that it is likely that India will be experiencing a third wave of COVID-19 and that it is nearly inevitable. And it states that it will peak between October and November. Devi has already revealed that in Puratasi month, the month between August and September, the third wave will be coming. And as for Devi's revelations, you can see that there is, in fact, more COVID-19 to be coming for India. And this article continues to say that if new variants are discovered, it could spread faster than in this third wave. And as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has already revealed, there will be other variants, the Delta Plus variant and the Lambda variant. And they will be a very serious cause for concern for India. So let us take heed to Devi Parashakti's revelations and guidance and see how we can help ourselves during this pandemic and pralaya. With more and more waves of COVID-19 coming up, what is the best way we can protect ourselves? And does anybody have a solution for us? Kailasa is the only place that is safe, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the only hope for humanity. And if you would like to protect yourself, as Devi revealed and as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously telling us, the only priority is to keep yourself alive. Only focus on that. If you would like to protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine, if you're living in India, especially during this time, and you would like to protect yourself, you are able to protect yourself in one of the multiple Kailasas, the Enlightenment ecosystem opened by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for the sake of multi-layer quarantine. Already, many people have already availed this opportunity and are experiencing not only protection from this pandemic, but the beautiful Enlightenment ecosystem that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has created for humanity. And they're literally living in the womb of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with all of the physical and spiritual protection. And you are able to avail this opportunity by going to kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. You can sign up today and protect yourself, protect your family. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed multiple times, the only priority for this year is to protect yourself. Do not focus on anything else. Just focus on that. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also made the Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems completely friendly for any person who would like to quarantine there, with free internet and free food, free medical care, which includes Ayurveda, Siddha, allopathy, homeopathy, and any type of medicine that you could want will be provided. With the basic day-to-day healthcare will be provided for anyone who is interested in protecting themselves and quarantining in one of the Kailasas. Not only that, all accommodations will be free, all food, everything will be provided completely free. So if you are interested in protecting yourself and you want to sign up today, you are more than welcome to visit at kailasa.org/Kailasa. The link is projected here. And you can see the various quarantine centers that Kailasa has opened up and sign up for protecting yourself and protecting your family. With this, we will be concluding this segment of the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading and be moving into the next segment, where we will understand some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Over the past several months, Devi has been guiding us, blessing us, giving us boons, answering all of our prayers, healing us, and literally holding our hands through this pandemic and ensuring that we are making the right decision. And if you feel gratitude and love and overflowing gratitude for Devi, you are able to show this through these various offerings that we will explain today. So in the next segment, we will be understanding some of those offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. So we will be right back for this segment after a very short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining with us today. Now, let us enter into the next segment on the various different offerings that you can do to Devi Parashakti, offerings that we can offer to Devi Parashakti. Yes. Now, in this segment, we are going to be understanding the various levels of offerings and the different significance behind each and every one of the offerings. All offerings have a deeply profound significance. They have some way that it is a profound significance, it is extremely beautiful, and they simply, through the powerful cognitions itself, make you manifest oneness with the divine. In Hindu tradition, for every occasion, for every different occasion in our lives, for every special occasion, whether it is our birthdays or our anniversaries, or if we are buying a new home, or if we are buying a new car even, or if we're starting school for the first time, or starting a new venture, whatever it is, we always invite God into our lives. We ask for their protection. We pay gratitude for the amount of guidance and protection they have, and for bringing us thus far in our lives, and request them to further guide us, further protect us as we take the next step in our life. And that is a part of the Hindu tradition, and it's a beautiful way that we incorporate these offerings in our lives. Offerings are a way that we manifest living enlightenment, literally living the science of enlightenment, practicing the presence of God. That is the extremely profound beauty of it all. And the offering is not at all made out of fear or greed, like many people say. And many people try to misrepresent these offerings. Offerings are giving of a divine gift and pure love and devotion and oneness. And it always consists of two parts, giving and accepting. And when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out only for the purpose of enlightenment. The truth is that the divine plays out their many Leelas in our lives in so many different ways. And through these offerings, we offer our gratitude and request humbly at their feet that they continue playing a huge part in our lives and giving whatever guidance that they have been giving, and guiding us more and more to manifest the reality that we want. And that is really the ultimate guidance, the ultimate thing that we ask from these offerings when we are making an offering. And more than we giving and we are trying to offer something, or we are trying to give a substantial amount of money, whether for whatever reason, more than that, the divine has manifested in our lives. And having recognized this, knowing that this is the truth, therefore we manifest our reality and we make these offerings. We take the steps to make these offerings
And I know there are many people out there who strongly feel that Devi Parashakti has manifested in their lives in so many different ways, whether it is manifesting the type of relationships that we want, or the type of the amount of wealth that we want in our bank accounts, or anything. Devi Parashakti has already manifested, blessed, and given us the insurance in her protection. So many people have even healed from COVID, have healed from so many diseases. There have been so much that Devi Parashakti has literally healed and blessed. Many people even walking out of chronic illnesses and even lifetime or long-term addictions that they have been going through. And so many sharings also we have been seeing on NTV as well. And we have been able to interview the people who have had beautiful blessings from Devi Parashakti. And if to those people, all of you who Devi Parashakti has already showered so much in your life, there's thousands who have benefited and their lives have been transformed from the blessings of Devi Parashakti. So you can, if you're out there and you really want to offer your gratitude to Devi Parashakti, this is the opportunity. This is the different ways that you can offer your guidance. And even for the fact that Devi Parashakti is guiding us, protecting us continuously, that is another beautiful reason why, if you need a reason for making these offerings, because Devi Parashakti has already graced planet Earth in manifesting through the Nija Avatar, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Her energy has been made available on planet Earth, and she is literally giving herself to all of us. And out of our gratitude, we can offer our gratitude to Devi Parashakti in this way. So as we are beginning this segment in today's program, and we want to make an offering, let us first chant the Dhyana Shloka for Manonmani, the very form of Devi Parashakti who is seated on the lap of Paramashiva. Indu nivabeda karavahinayanam syat pankajavaraabhaya japaksha sarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutojvala manonmani swarupam. And the beautiful translation of this verse describes Devi as moon-like face, holding the Vedas or the books in hand, fire in eyes, and with a lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, in one hand with the japamala, and the other beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and a shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. The next slide, please. Now we'll be chanting the next Dhyana Shloka. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashimi bhavadhanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadavakare chabhayam chakshamalam divyerabarane vibhushitatanum brahmadi pujitam devimeva manun manim pratidinam kamatradhatrim shubham. Yes, and in this description, Devi Parashakti is described. I meditate on Devi with three eyes, glowing like the moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Now we have invited and invoked the presence of Devi Parashakti among us. Let us now understand the foundation, build the foundation and establish the significance of various different aspects of these offerings, beginning with the significance of the element gold. In this day and age, for human beings, you and I know the significance that society places on gold. We know its economic value. We know that it's a precious metal, and we know all the folklore and the popular culture behind gold, how it's associated with treasure. And from thousands of years, gold has always been such high value. But unfortunately, Due to the lost sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the sacred significance behind gold is actually lost. We don't know what actually gold is worth to us. In fact, gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches, and it is an element of spiritual significance and great spiritual power and healing and enlightening. Gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and infuse positive thought currents, and it can purify the being, and it can literally electrify, literally be able to powerfully energize anyone who wears it or anyone who even sees it or operates within its vicinity. Excuse me. And gold is present in all of the Vedas, the Agamas, the Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas and Puranas. And in the Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold and exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. And one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. And gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. And kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge doorways and huge archways made of gold. And even the horses and cows were all dressed and adorned in gold and worshipped as the divine, literally. The next slide, please. Yes. And the Hindu civilization literally thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere, and temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the Enlightenment energy. For thousands of years, it literally lasts forever. Now that we have established each and every aspect of gold, which is extremely profound, let us now go into the array of offerings that we have. And beginning with the E-Hundi offering. The E-Hundi offering is a beautiful offering which you can do for any amount. It's a general donation. And all of us Hindus know that whenever we go to the temple, we usually offer a few coins in the plate of the pujari, or we offer in the hundi, and that is a part of our sacred sentiment. Simply out of our gratitude for the divine gracing us, making themselves available to us on planet Earth. That itself is what we are so devoted to them for. And Devi Parashakti is described as the one who adores and accepts all kinds of devotion when she is named as Bhakti Priya in the Lalita Sahasranamam. There is a beautiful verse which I'll now be chanting from the Lalita Sahasranamam. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. Yes, and the next slide, please. So, Devi Parashakti is sure to remove any of your fears. And the best part about it is that it's without any vested interest, without any conditions on her side. She doesn't ask for certain requirements and then only bestow on you all the compassion that she has. She simply removes it and accepts your devotion, how much ever you want to offer. So, and also Devi Parashakti is known to be the very goddess. And in this time when so many of us are starting to become more introspective, starting to question the purpose of our lives, the existence of society, and what we are built and what we have started to get used to as the definitions we have for life in the universe. This is the time that the need for Devi Parashakti becomes stronger, and the worship of Devi Parashakti is actually more auspicious. So once again, you can offer the Ehundi offering. If you are needing some guidance on how you can make these offerings today, stay tuned, and at the end of this segment, we will be going over exactly how you can make these payments and make these offerings today. Yes, and the next offering we have is the Sankalpa chanting. And the Sankalpa is a very profound prayer that is chanted before every single one of the rituals. So all the rituals that are available and are done in Sanatana Hindu Dharma always start with the Sankalpa chant. And especially when you are making an offering, this very offering has your name incorporated into it. And that makes sure that the prayers of the Sankalpa itself that are embedded within the lines and the sacred chants of the Sankalpa, as well as all of the good energy, the positive thought currents that are generated during the program and during the whole ritual, are all bestowed on you. All the good punya, everything is bestowed on you. So that is actually what the Sankalpa chanting has significance. And not only that, it has beautiful meaning for and beautiful prayers for good health, good having abundance of wealth, eternally celebrating and a feeling that everything is eternally auspicious, and also ultimately being and experiencing the oneness with the avatar himself. And there is a beautiful verse from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34, where it says, or it means, the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives the knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So offering this Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, is a beautiful way that you can achieve the fruition of your desires and wishes, whatever you are yearning for. And not only that, it is a beautiful way to cause your reality. Chanting the sacred mantras, keeping that resolution inside of your heart and chanting the mantras, creating the sacred vibrations in order to make that into reality is a very, very powerful way of manifesting the reality that you want. So you can offer this Sankalpa chanting, and it is also a very minimal amount, and it is very easy for you to offer this to be bestowed with the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. Yes, and we're moving on to the next offering. I think we skipped a few offerings in the slides. I request if we can go back. Yes, we can go back. Can we go back to the previous slide, please? The next offering is, yes, we can go back. Yes, the next slide, please. Sorry, we can go back to the previous offering. Yes. Okay, so the next offering is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. And this offering is actually referenced in the Kamitagama, where it says that all of the various kalashas, all the pots that are offered during the rituals of Paramashiva should be adorned with a golden lotus. And like this, there are hundreds of scriptural references where it talks about the use of the golden lotus or the lotus itself in the worship of Paramashiva. And that is because lotus is considered as a divine flower. The symbology of the lotus is rooted in its divine qualities. In fact, because it has such resilient qualities, such elegance and beauty, and it's known for its resilience, standing out as the most beautiful flower in any kind of pond water or polluted water or dirty water, whatever it is. And that is the divine quality of the lotus. And that is why in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, all the Vedic rishis associated the lotus with the worship of Paramashiva, and also just like gold, they placed it in all different kinds of symbology. They placed it in the arts and architecture. Even all of the chakras inside of our body are symbolized with lotuses and different petal lotuses. In fact, the Sahasrara chakra, as we'll be discussing later on in this segment, is represented by 1,000 petaled lotus. So the lotus has so much of significance, and Also, the lotus leaf, the pericarp, and the petals, each and every one has different significance and different uses in the worship of Paramashiva. That is also another reason why it is considered a divine flower. It can be used wholly. The same way with the coconut and so many other different ways, the elements and the natural gifts that can be used in many, many ways, all of those are considered divine because literally they are like Ganga. They are just for the whole people and can be used in any which way that people want. And so as well, the Shakti of Paramashiva is also considered the lotus. And the base of the Paramashiva linga is also considered a lotus. And the disciple of Paramashiva is also a lotus, which is about to bloom. So you can offer this Varna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus, in order to have the blessings of Devi Parashakti radiate the state, face, and powers and being of Devi Parashakti in any adverse situation in your life, just like the divine goodness. Yes. So now we have the next offering, the Swarna Metti, the golden toe ring. And the toe ring actually has its origins and roots in the references of the Hindu scriptures. And even though today the popular culture uses a lot of toe rings and toe rings have become very fashionable nowadays, still in the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we have the oldest reference for the use of the toe ring. And in fact, even until today, the custom is that during the Hindu marriages, the toe ring is adorned on the bride, and Devi Parashakti is invoked in the bride. She is literally worshipped as Parashakti herself, as the divine feminine consciousness, and she then is adorned with this toe ring. And that actually is referenced here in this verse, and which I'll be chanting right now. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. This verse is from the Saundarya Lahari, a very beautiful chant and ode tribute to Devi Parashakti, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the incarnation of Paramashiva, who literally lived in around 1000 AD, and he was considered as a survivor of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. And this chant, the verse means, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. So as you can see, this is the very beautiful meaning of this verse. And as you can see, it's not just her feet, which are so, extremely auspicious, but even her toenails, if they grace you, that is the power of Devi Parashakti. If the toenails grace you, even just a small half an inch of her body, of her divine graceful body, the last half inch that there is for her body in her presence, she literally can remove all the darkness, all the ignorance of her life. So this Swarnameti is a golden toe ring to adorn that very toenail. So that is the beautiful significance behind this verse and also behind this offering. You can make this offering and literally be blessed to have all the darkness, all the ignorance be removed from your life by the grace of Devi's toenail. So this is a very beautiful verse. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika. We can go on to the next slide, please. Yes, we can go on to the next slide. The next offering is the Swarna Mangtika, another offering which is extremely significant. And nowadays also in popular culture, we're starting to see, or we have been seeing how the headdress is adopted from Hinduism and put in all types of different jewelry. And that is the Mangtika, which is a hairline jewelry that goes from the crown of the head to the forehead. And sometimes it's right across the forehead, sometimes it's along the hairline. And there's so many different ways that the Mangtika or has been adopted by the popular culture. But actually, again, this Mangtika has origins in the Hindu culture and the Hindu jewelry. And that is because we adorn Devi Parashakti with this Mangtika. It is actually a representation of the nectar which is flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra. And the Sahasrara Chakra is the crown center, as we had discussed before, is the represented by the lotus, 1,000-petal lotus at the crown of the head, and it is so powerful. Literally, when it opens, it is considered the enlightenment experience itself, and that is why when Devi Parashakti is also described as Shuddha Saravi Varshani, and that is means she who bestows the very ultimate experience of Paramashivoham, and whose nectar is overflowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, and who makes that very experience happen in you. So with her grace and blessings, and with this offering of the Mangtika, you can offer this and be graced with the overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion to Devi Parashakti. Yes, I request if we can go on to the next slide. There seems to be a technical glitch. Sorry to all the viewers, we'll just be right back with you and fixing this right away. Yes, can we go on to the next slide, please? And we'll be coming to the conclusion of this segment. As you can see in the next slides, we'll be able to show a summary of all of the different offerings that you can do today.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution.
Yes. So as you can see, this is the Swarna Mangtika, the golden hairline jewelry that is offering. And this Mangtika again represents the nectar overflowing from Sahasrara Chakra. Yes, the next slide, please. Now we have all of the, yes, So the next offering is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And this offering is not just offered to Devi Parashakti, but also the Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahatanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And there are so many different references for the offerings made to the Guru. And there's so much which is extremely significant to the Guru. And in even in the life of Sri Satya Sai Baba, there are so many beautiful moments, and even in his incarnationhood, upon realizing his incarnationhood, he sings the chant Manasa Barjare Guru Charanam, and from there he starts singing the praise of the Guru. Even Adi Shankaracharya, the great incarnation of Paramashiva as well, whom I introduced before, had composed the Guru Padaka Stotram, and verse upon verse of absolute poetic meaning and so much of deep sacred sentiment for the feet of the Guru and the grace of the feet of the Guru. And not only that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has spoken on the beautiful significance of Guru, the Guru Tattva, the Guru principles, and has even himself relayed and conveyed and initiated every single one of his devotees into the beautiful Guru-disciple relationship which he himself had with his own Guru and incarnation of Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogeshwara. So just in order to manifest this deep and enlightening relationship with the Guru, you can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And there is nothing compared to this offering. One of the most precious offerings that you can make, and many Kailasians celebrate doing this offering at least once or twice a year. And you should ensure that you are one of those people who is continuously reminding yourself of the most sacred, valuable thing in your life, the feet of the Guru, the grace of the Guru. So with this offering, you can offer and surrender at the feet of the Guru and offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and literally you will see how you manifest anything you want in your life after that. Yes. The next offering is also at the feet of the Guru, the Vasta Seva, which is the Alankaram offering, where we're offering the sacred cloth, and this is for at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which you can offer as well. Yes, we'll now go on. As you can see here, we have all the 9 different offerings that are available today: the Egundi offering, the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Meti, and the Swarna Mankika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, as well as the Vasta Seva. And also, one of the offerings that we also have available today is the Mukta Anguti. And the Mukta Anguti is a finger ring with a pearl. And that finger ring with a pearl is a symbol of compassion for literally the symbol of Devi Meenakshi, whose very embodiment is of compassion. And out of compassion for humanity, she took the form and descended on planet Earth as Devi Meenakshi. So now it's come time. Let us now understand the 3-stage process that we have for the payment. And if you're interested in making an offering today, so the first stage is the preliminary stage. If you are simply interested in one of these offerings, pique your interest, whatever it is, you can fill out the intention form. Perhaps one of these offerings Perhaps one of these offerings has piqued your interest and you really wanted to offer it, yet you might not be able to in some way. You can always go to the registration form, the Bhava Samadhi Darshan registration form, and you can fill that out and ensure that you are making your intention today to make an offering. And that is strong enough to make this offering happen in your life. And you can always make this offering at a future time when you're more comfortable. You have the time, the money, the resources, and everything available for you. Yes, as you can see here, this is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan form. We can show that now. Thank you. Yes, so this is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan form, and you can simply fill out this form. You can register for this program and make your intention to make an offering. And it's as powerful just to make an intention as it is to make the offering itself. Because the minute you have that spark and that peak inspiration to manifest the divine oneness with the avatar, with Devi Parashakti herself, that is the moment you should start acting towards it. And there is no stopping that. The minute you feel that fire and yearning, burning desire to personally offer something and personally manifest oneness with the divine, that is a moment that you should start acting towards it. Make an action today. And this is available for you if you not need to do that. You want to start manifesting these beautiful offerings in your life today. So start by registering in the Bhava Samadhi Darshan form. So this is the form. Ensure that you're registering and you are you're filling out all the details. As you can see, it's a very quick form, and you can also make your intention for what you might want to offer and how soon you might want to offer it. And also you will be able to get more information as well. For example, there are many other offerings that are available with different occasions and different festivals. For example, for Guru Purnima that we had recently, there's the Tulabharam offering that is there, and so many other different kinds of offerings that you can do for Guru Purnima. And next, we'll be celebrating Krishna Janmashtami as well as Ganesha Chaturthi and Navaratri. So in every single different occasion, there are many different offerings that are made available for you. And even if this is not something that you can do immediately, you can always sign up and ensure that you are getting the notifications and the emails for future events and future offerings that might become available. And never deny that small part of you that might have been awakened today, and that desire inside of you, that deep yearning in order to experience oneness with the divine. Yes, let's go on to the next slide. Yes, so here we have the link for the payment. This is the second stage of the process. And as you can see, it's very simple. If you've been doing online shopping nowadays, you know this kind of payment form, and you just have to select in the drop-down menu the offering that you want to do, and then you can add that to your cart, and then proceed to your cart, fill out, yes, and then you can proceed to checkout after you've reviewed all your items in your cart and see that that is okay with you, and then you can fill out your billing details as well as your payment details. There are several different options for the payment, as you can see, the different kinds of credit or debit card you can use. And then once you've filled that out, you can submit your payment. And after this process, again, it's a very simple and very easy process. After that, you need to go to the Sankalpa Names 2021 form. And this form is available at tiny.cc/Sankalpa2021. And as you can see, you have to fill this form out, and you'll be asked for the names of yourself as well as your family members. And you have to fill that out and ensure that you are giving these details. This form will also ask for other details such as your gotra, your nakshatra, and many Hindus will know this information and know that it is a part of the Sankalpa mantra, which is chanted during the rituals. However, if you do not know this, perhaps you don't have a background in Hinduism, you don't know exactly what is your gotra, your nakshatra, then you don't need to worry. You can just submit your names and proceed with submitting the form. So anyone can offer, you just need your names. If you have the information of your nakshatra and gotra and other information, you can always fill that, and those will also be chanted during the puja. And so as you can see, these are the links for the forms once again. And we also have another option, which is a YouTube super chat that you can offer. And in YouTube, there is a very exciting feature where you can go to YouTube and you can make a donation. And first, make sure that you are a part of, and you can join, as you can see here, and make sure that you are joined as a member of the at Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And then you can go to the super chat and super sticker option. So the super chat option is where you can make a donation, and the super sticker option is where you can send a cute little sticker as well. And sometimes you can send this and directly Supreme Council of Hinduism himself will see it. And you can always offer these very cute little stickers with a donation as well. And in this way, you can make a donation either through credit card, through PayPal, or through debit card as well. And so, yes, as you can see here, this is how you can make an offering, and you can slide basically this handle in order to increase or decrease the amount you want to offer. And yes, as you can see, we have people who are making offerings right now. Thank you so much for your donations towards Kailasa and towards this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. And you will be able to make any kind of offering that you'd like. And as well, in the super chat, we also you can also ask your questions, and you can also ask during the power demonstration that is happening. You can ask for body scanning as well. That is available, and you can directly interact with the initiated Gurukul Balasans and directly ask them for anything that you might want. So yes, that brings us to a conclusion of this segment in today's program. And we'll be moving on to the next segment, and we'll be moving on to the next segment in today's program, where a representative from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham will be sharing with us the latest update about the Kailasa COVID Care Center in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, as well as all over India, which recently has been actually recognized by the UN and published in the Human Rights Commission website, which is a very, very notable branch of the United Nations. So this is a very interesting as well as victorious update that we will be hearing from the representatives of Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, who are there and literally running the Kailasa COVID Care Center. So it's a very exciting thing. And well, this UN report was also submitted as a proposal for the different ways that an international treaty can be proposed for nations to come together and address the COVID-19 pandemic as a globe at large. So Kailasa is literally participating in these extremely important global issues as well, and leading so by submitting reports and giving solutions from Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Very, very exciting. And Ma Dayamay Swami from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham will be leading the next segment, where we'll be really understanding the nuances and the nuances of the COVID report, the COVID and multilateralism report that was submitted to the United Nations, as well as the latest updates and the ongoing of the Kailasa COVID Care Center in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, as well as all over India. So thank you so much, Ma Dayami Swami, for joining us today and helping all of the viewers understand the latest updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnya Peetham, and which are extremely exciting and very good news for Kailasa being recognized by the United Nations for the contributions and solutions towards the global pandemic that is going on. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ma Sadashiva.
Moving on to your segment right now.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome. So now we're going to present in this segment the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, the COVID care protection centers, how these de facto spiritual embassies are helping the participants of these who have joined their in overall their health, wealth, peace, joy, bliss, and protection from COVID care. So let's understand. And this centers, this submission has been recognized by the United Nations. We are going to see the detailed report of the submission of the United Nations by the Kailasa, and how we're going to understand detailed report of this United Nations recognition of this report. And well, let's first understand these about these centers, Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, the COVID care protection centers, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Yes. So the Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine opportunity and the Kailasa de facto spiritual centers in India during the COVID-19 as a practical solution, resulting in health, joy, and bliss. So with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, on 5th June 2021, Devi Parashakti revealed that due to the pandemic, the world majorly suffers with the mental illnesses, with the depression, anxiety, and related issues. And the state of the world reports across the various sources confirming the same. And let us also understand how what Devi revealed, how the across the world reports are confirming how the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers are implementing these remedies and successful in implementing these. And we also see the greatest news that the few days back, the United Nations recognizes these efforts of Kailasa and published these detailed report of the protection. So let's understand more details. The revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021. Not only people dying in crores, the financial and mental retardedness, you will also see minds getting collapsed. Freedom from all this suffering is the life of living enlightenment. First, prevent yourself from this deadly corona. Oh, people, do the job of saving your life as first priority. Listen properly, people. The only way to protect yourself from this overflowing cosmic pralaya and from the demonic people who search for destruction for themselves and for others, because of Pralaya, go to Adi Kailasa, get shelter at the feet of Paramashiva. Save yourself from corona and death, economic crisis, and mental collapse that is formed because of corona. Save yourself and move towards enlightenment. Move towards Paramashiva, Parampurul. Do yoga and tapas. Do seva to all the devotees of Paramashiva. Live a good life. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. And do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Just for that, I have opened the doors of Adi Kailasa. For all those in the universe, not only human beings, as even siddhas, jnanis, and yogis have come and are doing penance in Adi Kailasa. For everyone who come, goodness, prosperity, jnanam, and yogam will overflow. Do not have fear, bliss is there. Do not have worry, I will protect with goodness. Happiness is there, enlightenment is there. Do not have fear, bliss is there. I am solving sufferings. I am the Samayapurattu Kannatal who comes and helps at the right time. These are the revelations about our mental health. They be revealed on 5th June 2021. And the media articles confirming the same on 6th June 2021. The global news, according to that, the psychiatric symptoms like depression, anxiety exhibited by the COVID-19 patient, according to a new study, neurological symptoms like depression and anxiety are also showing to be common in those who have contracted COVID-19, even in more mild cases. The revelations about this mental health on 5th June and media articles confirming the same on 8th June 2021 by BMC Psychology, the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health of US college students. The results indicate that the students closer to graduating faced increases in anxiety, which is 60.8%, and feeling of loneliness, which is 54.1%, and depression, which is 59.8%. Many reported worries for the health of loved ones most impacted their mental health status, which is 20%. And the need to take care of family most affected current and future plans, which is 31.8%. Almost one half of students took exercising and other remedies to combat this. The revelations about the mental health issues by Devi Parashakti on 5th June 2021 and the research confirming the same on 10th June 2021. The rates of anxiety and depression among college students continue to soar, researchers say. Researchers at Dartmouth College, who have tracked the moods and behaviors of about 200 college students for 4 years, say stress levels are at their highest. By Lauren Lumpkin, the Dartmouth College researchers began tracking 217 students when they entered the school as freshmen in 2017 in the hopes of understanding how they behave. They have seen students' stress levels rise and fall, usually in tandem with midterm and final exams. But since the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, the rates of depression and anxiety have soared and have showed no signs of coming down. Since, said the Andrew Campbell, a researcher and computer science professor. The Psychology Today on coronavirus, the psychological trauma and PTSD event report. According to the report, psychologytoday.com, that much has been said about the mental health crisis. that is occurring related to the coronavirus pandemic. Much of this information has focused on the all-consuming anxiety, panic, and fear that many are experiencing. While this is important and needs to be at the forefront of discussions, something that has not been discussed in the psychologically traumatic nature of what our mission, what our nation and our world and is experiencing. The increased prevalence of the post-traumatic stress disorder, the PTSD, is expected to emerge as a primary factor driving the growth of global post-traumatic stress disorder therapeutics market over the period of um, 2020 and towards what it's going to be 2027. It is going to be increasing 11.91%. What it was in 2019 to 2027, it's going to increase about 11.91%. The CNN reports that there is a high prevalence of mental distress in countries across the globe due to the coronavirus pandemic, especially among healthcare workers and the children, according to the United Nations and the World Health Organization. The impact of the pandemic on people's mental health is already extremely concerning. The World Health Organization Director, General Tedros Adhanom, says in a recent press release. It is now crystal clear that the mental health needs must be treated as a core element of our response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, Tedros added. Yoga greatly improves mental and spiritual and physical health. People who practice yoga experience less anxiety, less depression, and fewer symptoms of post traumatic stress disorder. Yoga also improves well being, including increased gratitude, relatedness, acceptance, centeredness, empowerment, self esteem, compassion, self awareness, and hope. Yoga can help us to manage stress and self regulate, an important tool in the current time. We are all equipped with the innate coping strategies for responding to stress, but sometimes our stress response can become out of balance. We are living in a world that regularly activates our sympathetic response, the body's way of responding to stress, sometimes called fight or flight. This is balanced by our parasympathetic response, the way our body helps us to relax and rest. Yoga can help bring the parasympathetic response back online and allows us to find balance. Activating our parasympathetic response brings us into a restful space and allows us to find calmness, connection, and compassion. The deep mindful breathing of yoga and meditation stimulates the vagus nerve, which activates the parasympathetic nervous system and supports self regulation and stress management. Yoga can be a valuable tool for self care, especially in challenging times. Yoga is now being used as an empirically based treatment, often in combination with other interventions, with benefit for both physical and mental health. Many clinicians are recommending yoga as it may help support the effectiveness of the traditional treatment approaches. The psychology today, according to the reports on psychologytoday.com, when we actively choose a tool of self-care, we better equip ourselves to survive and seek resilience in different circumstances. While it is but one tool, yoga offers the potential for connection and well-being. even in these challenging times. Spirituality benefits mental health. Research shows that individuals have better mental health if they belong to a particular community or have religious beliefs. Spirituality can help people in many ways. First and foremost, spirituality or religion can help people find meaning in their lives, which is instrumental in improving one's mental health. In addition to endowing meaning to your life, it has the potential to improve mental, physical, and emotional well being as well. It has been a source of relief and comfort from various challenging issues for thousands of years. Now, the revelations um, to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on 22nd May 2021. Paramashiva is very clear. Focus on making your body alive. Live alive. Mind is obsessive compulsive reaction. It is nothing but a bunch of unconscious reactions. Do not try to sympathize with the mind. Make your body and life alive. That is the only priority for all of you. I am talking to everyone who has a little love and sympathy for me. For all of you, take this as a guru walk. Make your body continuously, consciously strong. Gym will build muscles. Make you look very nice in the outside, but only yoga and Ayurvedic lifestyle will make you your body conscious. Just see all over the world, all the gym bodies are just dropping dead. Only yoga will make your internal organs strong and your ability to manifest consciousness strong. Let me give you the solution from Paramashiva to protect yourself from this whole pralaya, not just from corona. The amount of depression, the mental sufferings, the way the whole world is suffering, the kind of poverty happening, people losing their job, income, having insecurity, comforts being lost, so much. Just make your life extremely strong. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued to say that 3 years back, I said, keep yourself alive for next 3 years. I have enough evidence that 3 years back, I trained the whole Kailasa. First, the devotees in their own homes, and second, the Kailasa inside the Sangha, physically, mentally, psychologically, or consciously for a quarantine life. For being active without getting mentally broken by being in one place. Doing intense yoga, making the body and internal organs strong. Taking bay leaf, neem juice, tulsi, haritaki, triphala churna. Ayurvedic lifestyle and lifestyle of less food and more energy and more activism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued that I only told it is only for an important reason. Please wake up. Quarantine yourself and build your body. Do not bother about your business or any other profit or and anything else. This year, if you are alive, that is the greatest profit. Now, the greatest news is few days back, the United Nations recognizes Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. You can see the screenshots of this report, which are posted in the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's Facebook profile. You can Facebook page. You can see the report. Screenshots of this report are here. You can go ahead and click on this link and read the detailed report of this, which are published in the on the United Nations, which recognizes the Kailasa's efforts on the implementation in the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers about the protection from corona, and successfully in a fair amount of success has been achieved in these centers, which now United Nations recognizes. The report published on their website www.ohchr.org. The Adi Shaivat minority tradition, the report on the globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread the scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as the Delta plus, Epsilon, and Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases, such as black fungus, are targeting COVID patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. Human life is more precious and important than all the economic principles or systems in totality, because of all these concepts are legitimate only because of their ultimate value, which is to be fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all the economic policies which are related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. For this purpose, Kailasa has presented a detailed report on effective solution for COVID-19 through the multilateralism that was published at the United Nations website of the www.ohchr.org. The United Nations also published earlier the reports on indigenous women and girls and reports on femicide. Now let us see the detailed report on COVID-19 and multilateralism, which was published recently, few days back, a report by the Adi Shaivat Minority Tradition ASMT community, Hindu community, Kailas Union. The details of the report as follows. Introduction, the key obstacles. Number 1, globalization of disease has led the world to be only as resilient as the least resilient country and person, especially for highly contagious COVID-19, which has spread with a scale and severity not seen since Spanish flu. The variants of the virus, such as the Delta plus, Epsilon, Gamma, continue to threaten even those vaccinated. The secondary diseases, such as black fungus, are targeting COVID-19 patients and killing almost 1 in 2 persons in such cases. The distorted policy decisions and conflicting principles can lead to priorities amongst the nations within, leading to various extremes, such as the hoarding of vaccines in some places, the wastage of vaccines in others, and an unaddressed shortage of vaccines globally. Third, pandemic has exposed the fragility of the global system. The disruption in the supply chain is especially worrisome for essential food supplies, which disproportionately affects the already most vulnerable situations. The lockdown have brought the global economy into crisis, bringing recessions and worsening unemployment rates. The frequent lockdown and the ongoing threats of famine, especially in countries where employment is predominantly informal, are exacerbating worries that starvation may cause more suffering than the virus itself. Far more from the SDG2, zero hunger. The number is now predicted to come close to 1 billion. The supporting documentation published on the website you can see now. See more articles. Now let us see the solutions submitted. The first, the A, revised economic policies. Human life is more precious and important than all economic principles or systems in totality, because all these concepts are legitimate only because of their utility value, which is to fundamentally make human life better. At least until this ongoing crisis ends, all economic policies related to money, banking, fixing prices of commodities, etc., need to be revised to make sure no human being suffers from hunger or the absence of required medical care. As per Hindu principles, the world, including the economy, evolves through the 5 phases. The 5 phases are creation or growth, sustenance or stagnation, recession or revitalization, reinvention, that is fourth, and fifth, breakthrough. As per Hinduism, conventional economic growth is observed when best practices are applied diligently. However, during times of crisis, led us to the fourth and fifth phases, wherein the need to reinvent and deliver a breakthrough becomes both a survival need and an opportunity to surpass any means and measures of conventional economic growth. According to the key nations, increased public expenditure during the Great Depression of 1929 improved the economy. However, the government never completely gave up trying to balance the budget, which resulted in it never spending enough to bring the economy out of recession until the Second World War. Similarly, the current crisis requires the governments to temporarily discard trying to balance economic interests that compromise quarantine safety and put human life at risk, and rather reinvent their economic strategies and multilateral coordination for benefiting during the subsequent breakthrough period after the end of the crisis. The Hindu multilateralism. There is an immense inequality in the capacities of governments, organizations, and people in two grounds. First, health response. Second, economic recovery. Surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the latest resilient country and person, requires governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. From 3200 BCE 21, 56 nations in Asia had multilateral treaties based on the Hindu principle Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That is, the entire world is my family. This is from Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verse 71. You can see the supporting articles here. This requires a friendly quarantine setups which are self-sustained and sufficient in terms of food, food stock and supplies, recreation, employment, education, etc. In India, state governments have attempted to provide free and paid solutions which face various challenges related to hygiene, exorbitant pricing. Some facilities have seen challenges related to requests for private accommodation. The experimental townships, such as the Auroville, have demonstrated a fair amount of success in creating a friendly, safe, and compliant quarantine facility. However, solutions such as Auroville are not open to the public. For 2 decades, the leader of the ASMT community, Hindu community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, had been creating townships like Auroville across more than 100 cities in several countries. Most of these townships, such as the ASMT Monastery, India, Bangalore, have been open to offer multi-layer quarantine as a free public service with free food and accommodation, free internet to work from home. The ASMT community has seen a fair amount of success in these townships with zero reported cases of COVID infection in the past 2 years and has already saved many lives. Next, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has urged citizens worldwide, especially from regions severely affected by the pandemic, to protect themselves as the topmost priority and avail these free quarantine facilities that the community has created. Especially as home quarantine has failed for many and is known to be a primary reason for a large number of deaths in many scenarios. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has emphasized the need and urged the government worldwide to provide food, safety, medical care, shelter, and all survival needs to all human beings under their care. With absolute multi-layer quarantine until coronavirus is eliminated from planet Earth, including all different strains of virus. The translation of the Maha Upanishad, chapter 6, verses 71 to 73, only the denigrated, small-minded, with a very pathetic outlook of life discriminate between kin and a stranger. While for the magnanimous, the entire world is a family. And you can see the supporting articles now. Which are part of the report. The next, educate citizens on individual pandemic management. Unlike previous pandemics, the current era provides active, real-time visual information about fatalities. Underreporting of this data may give false hope and make people reckless. Exaggerations in reporting can also make people reckless, as they may feel eventual death due to a coronavirus is inevitable. Proper education is extremely crucial, as it will dramatically reduce the number of deaths and reduce the challenge on the healthcare systems. Alcohol related deaths have hit a record high during this pandemic, and long post lockdown liquor lines are some extremely worrisome issues regarding which people need to be educated. As a top priority, people need to be given confidence in their life and security about their future for them to stop behaving recklessly or fall into depression and commit suicide. Next, the leveraging best of different economic systems based on charity, barter, and money. The ancient Hindu economic treatise by Paramashiva, the primordial Hindu divinity, describe three kinds of economic systems and their principles. First, for things that do not perish by sharing, such as education and knowledge, Paramashiva recommends that no fee be charged. Second, for survival needs, such as food and healthcare, barter and charity are recommended. For all other infrastructure development works, services, and commodities, gold and conventional currently based transactions are allowed. These systems are still in practice in the modern day, but grossly overlooked and not sufficiently studied with their close relation to mainstream economics. The World Health Organization and the GISAID provided early access to data regarding regarding the virus. This is an example of an open knowledge based economic policy where the crucial data about the virus was not monetized. Similarly, South Korea helped the USA access masks and testing kits. And there was a hope that this would lead to a reciprocal arrangement in terms of vaccine, which is like a barter based model allowed in food and healthcare. Hindu policies for food security. A highly effective concept for ensuring food security in ancient Hindu nations was that the food grain banks. These were prevalent until 18th century. The elderly in villages would start food grain banks with the seed capital of grains collected by fundraising. If any person met with a crisis such as a crop failure, the food grain bank would lend him grains in exchange for an interest. The compound interest was prohibited in grain banks, which the debtor was expected to return with the principal gain amongst the principal gain amount during the next harvest. The bank would expand its reserves of food grains based on interest earned and the donations. At the time of severe crises such as famine, the entire village would be able to withdraw these grains, and if required, all such grain loans would be written off on humanitarian grounds. Next, the Hindu temple food is shared for free as a policy. This was the case in both ancient times and in modern times. For 27 years, every month, the Hindu ASMT community has served more than 3 million free organic meals in religious gatherings to everyone without discrimination, and has served over 1 billion free meals in total. Such private and public efforts are crucial to ease the threats of starvation, which is estimated to hit a billion people worldwide. Next, the monitor global health. The crisis requires governments to take aggressive, proactive measures to monitoring health. Smartphone applications have been used by government that are based on health code color symptoms that categorize individuals into three color groups based on their health status and travel history, and then determine whether they need to be quarantined. You can see the supporting documents which are part of the submission. Though there were privacy related concerns associated with these approaches, some of these measures, such as agile daily reporting systems for accounting of newly suspected, diagnosed asymptomatic cases, number of deaths, and generating area wise statistics have played are an important role in proactively responding to curb the spread of the disease and are being considered for implementation by various countries. You can see the supporting documents now. The traditional medicine. In Hinduism, nature and planet Earth are respected as a living divine mother, energies capable of providing us with all our survival needs, that is, food, medicines, etc. Though traditional medicines such as TCM and Ayurveda are effective in addressing COVID-19 related issues, and a few years ago, a Nobel Prize was awarded for scientific work based on traditional medicine. The mainstream Western medicine has chosen and characterized Ayurveda as pseudoscience and TCM as unscientific. Such demeaning of traditional medicine systems have led the nation to consider taking defensive unilateral decision to protect their interests. The outright rejection of traditional medicine is not wise, and such policies should be revisited, especially as these medicine systems are time tested and have kept people healthy for several generations. Kailas Union recommends governments worldwide provide solutions like Kailasa's Hindu medicinal care, which includes completely free of charge services such as Ayurveda, Yoga, Siddha, and Western medicines, and multi layered quarantine for complementing their ongoing public health efforts. You can see the supporting documents. Multilateral strategies and coordination for the pursuance of SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, with additional emphasis on multi-layer quarantine. The emphasis on multi-layered quarantine protection without disrupting life and economy such that the effects of lockdown are unnoticeable. The waiver of patients on extremely essential vaccines and common global funding of vaccines. Everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food and grain bank systems and other traditional economic systems are described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world. everyone should be provided access to traditional healthcare systems free from policies that are prejudicial and discriminatory towards these systems. The creation of food grain banks systems and other traditional economic systems as described in this report would help the most vulnerable people of the world. I can see some more reports as part of the program, which so now we are seeing the report of the successful implementation of these COVID care centers, and now join COVID care production centers now. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org Kailasa Care. We'll continue after a short break. Now let us understand how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, reviving the temple sciences and the Kailasa's de facto ecosystems. And across the world, especially across India, all the major temples have shut down. And Kailasa has opened its doors for one and all. For example, amidst the raising the COVID-19 cases in Maharashtra and Shirdi Sai Baba and Mumbai Siddhivinayak temple will remain shut for devotees till further orders. The Sai Baba temple will remain closed for devotees till further orders, said the Ravindra Thakore, the officiating chief executive officer, Sri Sai Baba Samsthan Trust. The Siddhi Temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government on the recently announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of coronavirus. The famous Puri Jagannath temple is now closed for public. Keeping in view the surge of the COVID-19 cases in Odisha and also in Puri, the authorities of the temple of Lord Jagannath in the pilgrim town recently took a decision to close down this temple from May 5th to due to a statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. Not only this, the all religious places closed for public in Bhubaneswar as city records the highest daily COVID surge, with the Odisha capital Bhubaneswar registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases. The local municipal authorities recently declared the closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for devotees from the recent Wednesday till further order. In Uttar Pradesh, the major Madura temples banned entry of devotees amidst the COVID-19 surge. Two major temples of the Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, recently banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. The Gujarat Somnath temple closed for darshan amidst the COVID-19 surge. The Gujarat Somnath temple closed for darshan after the the Somnath Temple Trust has announced that the temple will remain shut for devotees from April 11 for an indefinite period. On the other hand, Tamil Nadu, South India, the Chola era temple murtis beheaded. Murtis of the Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasnatha temple in a village in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kuluchunga Chola II, with Shiva as the presiding deity. The temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, and Krishna and Nandi. All of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state a few days ago. Now, let's understand the Kailasa's temple experience at the de facto ecosystems. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of these temples were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands of years. At all these ancient sacred sentiments have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Now, let us understand why deity worship, the basics of the temple ecosystem. With the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization presents. The why deity worship? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued that please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship these idols, we worship the ideals represented through these idols. When the divine is present before him in a form that he can see, touch, and relate to, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. Second, deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. When we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued that we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of the world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture and the deity worship, where people are made to look in. That is where the revival of Sanatan Dharma, the Advaita Satya is the truth of oneness is going to happen. The divine manifests in various forms, infinite auspicious qualities the divine has. In Sanskrit, we call the Ananta Kalyana Gunas. So when the divine hears the prayer of a devotee, or when the divine sees the world is at the risk of destruction, they manifest to save that a devotee or a world or the world. So, for example, Shiva saved Markandeya from death. Markandeya is so happened that he was destined to die at the age of 16. Knowing this, his parents are devastated and they are in sorrow. So Markandeya decided to remove the sorrow of the parents, and he went and did the penance to please Paramashiva. On the day of his death, the Lord of Death, Yama or Kala, arrived to take his life away. And that's when the Markandeya hugged the Paramashiva Linga intensely and prayed to him to protect him. And Paramashiva appeared along with Devi and saved Markandeya from the death, become Kala, the Lord of Death, and that become an independent deity. Not only as Kala, Paramashiva blessed Markandeya, saved from the death, and he blessed Markandeya to live eternally. Same way, he danced in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. The Paramashiva, as a cosmic dancer, performed the Panchakrityas of creation, maintenance, and or sustenance, rejuvenation, and pulling out of delusion and giving us the liberation. The cosmic dancer so casually performed this Panchakrityas, and we call him Nataraja. The Vishnu's very action of showing blessings to the world becomes Lakshmi. Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the ultimate becomes independent intelligence and energy. When you connect with these independent intelligences, those deities, whatever you want immediately happens. Whatever result you want, worship with those rights and those divine energies who are personification of the specific actions. Immediate results are achieved by connecting with these deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So join now in these COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. We'll continue after a very short break. Now, let us understand on the multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa and the need for the Annadan. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings, let's understand the need for Annadan. Let's understand how the COVID-19 is creating a hunger catastrophe in India. The pandemic has led to increase in the global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated the existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycles of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening food insecurity. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into the category of food insecure over and above the 820 million who were classified as such by the 2019 State of Food Insecurity in the World Report. More than 50 million people have experienced food insecurity during the pandemic, up from 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, the nation's largest hunger relief organization. So, hunger in plain sight, COVID-19 worsened the plight of food insecurity. The child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at the risk of developing a severe acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti, according to sources connected to the United Nations Children's Fund. The number of children projected to suffer from the starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nations, the countries, to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated by the pandemic. And refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. The vulnerable groups, such as refugees, paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing the alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food or rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. Price hikes in local markets and further displacement caused by low campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During April and May, around 30,000 refugees in Cox's Bazar camps raised questions and concerns, with 63% seeking services, including urgent food relief and shelter. Just over one third, that equals to 37% requested health or medical care. Famine risk spikes amidst conflicts, COVID-19, and funding gaps. The number of people teetering on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected at the end of the year to 41 million projected as of June. Without immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation, as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. The World Bank releases a report, an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The report, released on May 20th, 2021, states that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, with impacts expected to continue through the 2021 into 2022. Is also states that the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum released that 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. The 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for 2/3 of these facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. So join in these COVID care production centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So now let us understand some the powerful cognitions that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed, that what you eat contributes to what you eat. What you become contributes to what you eat. What you eat contributes to what you think, and what you think contributes to what you cognize. What you cognize contributes to who you are, and what you eat directly affects what you are. That is why I'm saying that the statement that you become what you eat, what is in your plate matters, because that is going to become you. The violence-based food derived from killing animals and life negative, the chemical-based toxic food, both harm the system equally. Organic vegetarian food is not just for health. It gives you an inner space, the physical system, and physiological flow, and to develop highest psychology. To develop highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. Your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination, imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. Vegetarianism as a lifestyle. The human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, etc., everything is designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220 volts current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volt current, but it is given 20,000 volts current. What will happen? It will get fused. The food without anxiety, fear, and depression, the biomemories, if they are consumed by a person, the energy with which they think, the energy with which they utter words, the energy with which they act, the energy with they feel, and everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy, and it will be aligned to the nature, which is the inner potential energy. Now let us see the Kailasas, Annalayas, serving the free organic vegetarian sattvic meal for all, eliminating hunger. The developmental, economic, social, and medical impacts of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the individual, familial, and community, national, and ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of families of biblical proportions. Um, the United Nations have given warnings of famine, the famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through Kailasa's Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone, not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasa's Annalayas, the food bank, is established all across the globe, distributes and serves the free vegetarian organic food for people of all caste, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. Under the global services, the Kailasa Department of State, under the symbol Red Om, providing relief work for natural man-made calamities, working to eliminate world hunger. We will revive the food supply system of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Anada. I'm not giving any fantasy. It has already become reality, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The pictures that you're seeing as the early days of Kailasa spiritual mission, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering Annadan, providing a free organic vegetarian meal to on Kartikeya Deepam, a famous festival in Tiruvannamalai, India. In 2013, even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, engaged in selfless work by day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of sovereign order of Kailasa, engaged in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture, with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had a multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin. In 2013, two steel implants that were fastened in 2011 were removed as the bones had healed completely. This picture is after that surgery. Now, we are seeing the glimpses of the where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Thane Flood Relief Fund at Pondicherry. The picture is clicked on 3rd January 2012. This picture that you're seeing are clicked on 3rd January 2012 at Pondicherry as Thane Flood Relief Fund. Some more of the Thane Flood Relief Fund on 3rd January 2012. The picture that you're seeing is the inauguration of the Nithyananda Annalayas in Tiruvannamalai on 9th September 2011. The picture that you're seeing where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the Arogya Health Workshop, Tamil Nadu, where you find the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself is serving thousands of devotees who came to Bidadi to attend a program The Nithyananda Purana meditation workshop, the picture that you're seeing where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free meals to thousands of devotees, and this picture clicked on 12th December 2007. Nithyananda Purana meditation workshop at Tirunamalai, where you see the pictures are where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the food. This picture is clicked on 20th September 2012. On the Kartikeya Deepam celebrations at Tirunamalai, where the lakhs of people were served the free food, the pictures that you're seeing are from that festival and clicked on 27 November 2012. On 10th May 2017, Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop, Tirunamalai, India. The Kalpataru Meditation Workshop, the food preparation, the service of the free food to one and all who attended this free meditation workshop. On 5th May 2016, Bhandara feast served for respected spiritual leaders and the Hindu monks. On 28th April 2016, the picture that you're seeing, the Kalpataru meditation workshop, where the thousands of people who attended the program are served free meals. This picture that you're seeing are from 11th March 2017, the Arunachala Sarvajna Peetam, Tirunamalai, India. The picture that you're seeing are from 18th August 2019, Tiruchungodu Sarvajna Peetam, India. The picture that you're seeing are the Western Hemisphere, where Annadan distributed during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of Guru, the 6th July 2019. 8th December 2016, Sadashivoham meditation workshop in Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, Bangalore. Annadan service continues in the midst of COVID-19 crisis, 30th May 2020. Now let us listen.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
So, in 1943 to 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire, controlling the 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. On the other hand, in 2016, in Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million peacekeepers of Kailasa under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have served more than 1 billion free meals in the past 26 years and are determined to end the hunger and poverty in all its forms. Not only that, in the past 26 years, the peacekeepers of Kailasa are determined to end hunger and poverty in all its forms. The Kailasa with 200 peacekeepers at any given time can deliver what even one of the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by war, fear, or greed. It is an enlightenment-based nation driven by selfless service. In the Veda Agamas, the source of Hindu scriptures declares Annam Bahukurvita, which means let us produce food in large quantities. The reference is from Taittiriya Upanishad, chapter 3, verse 9, which the Annam Bahukurvita means let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and the promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. Annadan is the vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Now, join now in the Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below. The link is https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Make use of this opportunity and register this in this link, which is projected here, and save your life. Now we'll moving on to the next part of this segment and just after a short break.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa's enlightenment ecosystems Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
Jnanapati Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasya Lakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I've added the ultimate powerfulness, Turiyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained what is power manifestation. It is what we understand as a human. We are bound by body and mind. And giving a superconscious breakthrough as conscious sovereignty and living as superconscious being is science of power manifestation. It is a science because it is repeatable and it is manifested by each one of us as reality. The science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The evidences are listed here. The evidences from the scriptures, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramanas, the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanamas, Alvars, Siddhas, millions of them, their experience and their results are the authority of Hinduism who manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, Bhagwan's very own Leela, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of each power manifestation, Bhagwan's very own Leela to showcase to the world how a human can have a cognitive shift and manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, initiated by Bhagwan into Shaktipada and Shaktinipada. Bhagwan has beautifully said, whoever comes to the Kailasa courtyard, I myself will be manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. And Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Beautifully, Bhagwan has given the science for us to understand how we exist as thoughtless space as reality? How can we exist as the consciousness vibrating in a different frequency from what we are? And it is measured in the science. And clearly in Balasan's devotees, Bhagavan himself have clearly showcased that there is no thoughts absolutely in the brain, and the frequency that is happening in the brain is pretty high. That beautiful space is science of our manifestation. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana are the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. This Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference is for the length dimension. And this is from Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.19. Shakti Sandhane Shariropatihi. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, be by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti, uniting in oneness with the supreme power, the embodiment of that which is cognized and willed, manifests at once in its length, breadth, depth, and time and space. Bhagavan beautifully says how the science of our manifestation, the conscious serenity, happens in reality. Here he gives the 4 steps. First is by aiming and fixing the self on Shakti. How an elephant, a small elephant, if it is tied with a chain when it was a young child, and it grows up with a chain, and after that when it grows up, even if you put a small thread which even a child could just break it, but the elephant will not move from that place. It is bound by the cognition that it is tied to the pillar. Same way we are tied to the cognitions that what we exist as body, as people around us, as our best things, that we are skillful, that we are knowledgeable, that we are something better or greater. Whatever we are thinking is complete delusion. In whatever level we think, it is only a delusion. In the dream, if we are dreaming that we are great, that we are skillful, that we can speak up to 30 languages, what will be the truth? It will be only a delusion. When we wake up, we know that all that was just our myth, and all the things that we experienced was not the way we perceive it in the dream. It is completely different. It does exist, but it's different. Same way Bhagavan says, how you can exist as conscious sovereignty. The existential reality is quantum, subtle, like atoms and protons and neutrons. You are vibrating in different level. When you're doing the deep meditation, it is science has found out that the photon, the light becomes more brighter and more photons are manifested, and you become the self-effulgent light, which is what Paramashiva is. And you are vibrating in a higher frequency, which is what Paramashiva is. And when you vibrate with universal frequency, Bhagavan says, you are enlightened. All that we have to understand is why I am holding this cognition of the delusion being reality. And how does it help? It is not helping us. It was not there before we were born, and it is not going to be there after we die. So in this period of time, we are holding something which is not even ours and which does not give us any clarity, but puts us into more delusion, boredom, tiredness, and restlessness, disease, and death. More of the incompletions that we are constantly faced because of the delusion which we think is real. And Bhagavan gives for Chaturmasya to be in more conscious serenity, completely is surrendered to Bhagavan's lotus feet by doing the unclutching and holding the inner space in a higher vibration that you are awareness, you are consciousness, you are Paramashiva. When people asked, what do Bhagavan see? When he was asked in a hall, he sees as vibration. He doesn't see as only matter. He sees as vibration, as a immature vibration or more concrete vibration or blocked vibration as humans. So he sees in a different dimension how we exist. If we understand how we exist is consciousness, Paramashiva, and what all is manifested is Parashakti. As each one of us, that Paramashiva and Parashakti becomes reality, we live in the superconscious space of Paramashiva, the conscious serenity becoming the reality. Bhagavan has beautifully given the great science of Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana for the power of length dimension. This is from Sai Satcharitra, chapter 45, 44. And beautifully he says, in 11 days he is going to leave the body and asking them to chant all the great scriptures. And as they chant, and on 11th day he left his body into the deep samadhi. The greatest of all that, even the animals, even an beautiful monkey doesn't fall down dead in the middle of eating or middle of it jumping through the trees, but it goes to a place, a remote place, and sits for a few days where it stops eating and leaves the body. The minute it has left the body, other monkeys come and clear it immediately. Nobody has sighted a dead monkey so far. To that extent, they keep it clean. Even rats, when they eat poison, they don't fall down dead immediately. They go to their home and leave their body. It is very fortunate how even the animals knows when they are going to leave their body. We humans have to really learn from them how to leave a body. And the greatest science, when you're aware of such great science, you will know how you can leave the body. Bhagavan beautifully says how we can manifest our reality when we know conscious sovereignty is the very purpose of life.
Depth, I'll give you some example. When people bring food, I do not enjoy the taste of the food. I enjoy the attitude and the love with which the food is brought. That is what makes me joyful. Otherwise, there is no pleasure. Same way when these kids jump dance, I do not enjoy their steps or the physical movements or their dimensions. The bliss they carry, the attitude they carry, the cognition they carry. Swamiji is seeing. I'm dancing for him. That cognition is what I enjoy. Understand that depth. There's a big difference. A man who is length-based will enjoy only the dimensions of the person who is dancing, or the dress of the person who is dancing, or the movements of the person who is dancing. If somebody is based on the breath, they will enjoy the emotions expressed, the attitudes shown, bhava, the art part of it. A length-based person will enjoy the sexual part of it, the physical dimension. The breath-based person will enjoy the art form of it, part of it, the emotion. The depth-based person enjoys the cognition with which they dance. Understand, that is the difference between the length, breadth and depth. I am excited because I'm going to make these kids materialize, teleport. Understand, listen carefully. When they move to the length dimension, they can change anything they want. They can actually physically play with things, physically act with things. So even though I am excited about the depth, because I think from the beginning I am a doer. Even in me, when these powers started manifesting, the first question I asked Vibhudananda Puri, actually these powers started manifesting in me much before I even had darshan of Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Arunagiri Yogeshwara gave only the depth related powers. These length related powers have started manifesting in me. Even Vibhudananda Puri and Yogananda Swami, they manifested it, these powers in me. And the first, when it started manifesting, the first question I asked Vibhudananda Puri, what is the use? She got really annoyed because these powers come after 25-30 years of practice, and she was screaming, even after 40 years of tapas, only once in a while when I am in samadhi I can manifest these powers. You fellow, you are casually playing with all these powers and you are asking me what is the use? I said, no, I am not disrespecting, but what's the use? Then she said, whenever she feels that I am very difficult to handle and she can't handle me, she'll send me to somebody. She'll say, go and ask Visri Swami. That's all. Visri Swami, anything you ask, BD only, that's all. He will never answer. He will never open the mouth. Just go on. Hey, get the next one. And he'll pick up the next BD. And it's very difficult to get an answer from him. And it means I know that that question cannot be answered at that moment, or I cannot be handled at that moment. That's all is the answer. I'll just keep quiet. So when I asked this question also, I did not get any answer. They just know I cannot be handled at that moment. And she said, go and ask Visari Swami. Sometimes with Visari Swami it is too funny. Yogi Ram Kumar, he will do all that, and I will ask question and he will be smoking. After 3-4 hours, I will again ask question. He will be smoking the BD. After 2-3 hours, again I will ask the question. Hey, pour the tea in the coconut. That he will have a coconut shell in which he used to drink. Pour the tea in that. That is the answer. That is the answer I will get. Nothing more. Nothing can move. Nothing will happen. He will just say, hey, pour the tea. Tea utrade. In very colloquial Tamil. He doesn't speak fluent Tamil, so he will tell in very colloquial Tamil. Tea utra. Otherwise, somebody else, some other devotees come. He will complain to them. Ayyo, ivana vechittu maaradikum mulla. Ivana kootu poda pogumbodhu. Means he will say, in colloquial Tamil, that I can't handle this fellow. When you are going, take this fellow and go. And he will tell. Only Arunagiri Ishra can solve. If only he was able to handle me. He was able to handle all the questions. Or immediately experientially able to give answers. I remember once very clearly. Visari Swami was sitting and fanning. He used to have a fan, hand fan, made of palm leaf. And I don't know how many of you were close enough to him. I've been very close enough to him. And he will be sitting and fanning. Once like this, some question I was asking. Finally, he got so fed up. He said, my father has to come directly to answer all your questions and problems. He will come. Go. In few days, I had darshan of Arunagiri Ishvara. He said it in such a way, only my father can handle you. We all can't handle you. Only my father has to come to handle you, fellow. Only he can solve and answer all your questions.
So beautifully, that is a wax of Ram Surat Kumar. He was a great devotee that non-stop he used to chant Ramanama. And that is the science that really puts us into the next dimension. How we can manifest all these powers in such a phenomenal way. Now we have Shakshi Pramana, the millions of disciple devotees, followers all around the world manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Finally, in the courtyard, how they experienced, they are sharing that science now.
Questions on different
All
subjects.
those things that were happening, like I would go up to someone that's in my group and I would say, what is my father's first name? And she said, George. And I'm like, how in the hell does she know my father's first name? Then somebody asked me, when did I graduate from pharmacy school? And I look in this mirror that has this black Yananjana on it, and the numbers are written in the mirror, 1994, and that's exactly when she graduated from pharmacy school. So these experiences of oneness that we have through Shaktipat are expressing themselves in an ability to have knowledge that as yet the world has seen. This kind of
beautiful.
Beautiful. If you understand the science, Mahapariva learned 18 languages. He has never gone to any schools or any places. All these great people, they can learn everything in just one listening, whether it is Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharshi, Vivekananda, all the great of them, how they learn in just one listening everything that is there in the world. The only understanding is the higher you are vibrating, you are in a higher intelligence state. So by the intelligence, you understand how you function. If you are finding a parking lot in a very tight parking lot of 1,000 cars, it's so difficult. If you just raise yourself into the 7th or 8th floor, you will be able to just look out and spot it in a minute. That is exactly how the intelligence, cosmos is a feedback intelligence. What you cherish most, it keeps expanding that, expanding that. And if you cherish conscious sovereignty, the frequency, the very way you exist, and you will start vibrating in the same frequency as the universal frequency, and you will start experiencing the higher intelligence, and you will start manifesting all the higher reality. Nothing is lost. It's only you can command over your reality, or you are stuck in your reality. That is the delusion when you're stuck, and when you command, you are manifesting the science of our manifestation. This very science is given to us as ultimate truth, and in simple way that we can just sit down and have a cup of coffee, entangle with Bhagwan, and experience this science. We study 25 years to become a doctor, or even 40 years to become a PhD scientist. But here in 40 seconds, 40 minutes, we are given the possibility to experience the superconscious breakthrough, who we are, the higher reality. By every method, we have to do a lot of tapas. Here is just a glimpse into our own self. Again and again, when we chant the Mahavakya raises the frequency and makes us manifest the powers. If you have the Jnananjan, you can apply in your third eye and your temple. You can write some logical questions, the mathematical sums, or you can write some derivation that you don't know, or anything. Ramanuja, where he just downloaded all the great mathematics, he said very clear, I don't know mathematics. For me, mathematics is Devi. And whatever she says, I just tell you, I have no idea. That is the amount of humbleness that he had and surrender that he had. And he was the most intelligent. Even nobody on planet Earth still have cracked his formulas and his teachings. That level, he just said, for me, everything, every formula is Devi herself. How that could be true, each one of us can experience. Not only the avatars, all of them. Krishna studied in a Gurukul only for a few months, 6 months or so. And Buddha studied for a month or so. Prahlada studied just a week or so. All of them were the greatest happening, who just downloaded the whole science. And the Veda Vyasa was given in a glimpse, all the Vedas and all the Upanishads in a glimpse by Brahma himself. All these scriptures again and again tell us how we can learn just in a jiffy the whole science when we are conscious sovereignty. If we decide very firmly that I want to live conscious sovereignty as our reality, that's all matters. Then it starts unfolding in us as higher science and higher reality, removing all the delusion and making us understand who we are, the very nature, how we exist. Now you write all the questions and leave it, and just let's get into the deep oneness space. Whatever Paramashiva wants to give us an answer, let him download and manifest as reality. Be very clear that you are Paramashiva, and that is the only thing that we need to hold. Vibrate yourself in a higher frequency and entangling with the quantum space, that universal frequency that Bhagavan is, quantum space. When you start chanting the Mahavakya, intensely holding Paramashiva in your inner space and unclutched from everything in the outer world, anything in the outer world is not real as we perceive. The existential reality is much more different. The way we perceive is only our own perception, how we exist, and we paint the picture just like that. How we exist is quantum, then we will paint everybody in a higher quantum, Paramashiva space. So let's sit and complete completion with everything in the outer world. The essence of complete completion is making it redundant, not hiding under the carpet, making it redundant. It doesn't even exist. All the incompletion are yours, but they do not belong who you are. That is what Bhagavan says. It is all ours. The cloud is part of the whole sky, but it does not tamper the sky. That is how we are pure. We are consciousness. Nothing touches us, whether we lose our hand or lose the closest people or lose our wealth, nothing touches us, because in the dream, in the deep sleep, we are not touched. So why are we touched now? It is the choice that we gave. Just make it redundant and irrelevant. The problems are there, but it is not ours. It is not who I am. It might be ours, but it is not who I am. The moon has all the wedges. Because of the light from the sun, it shows those wedges, but it is not the very moon's fault. The moon is so beautiful with the light, reflecting the light. And because it is reflecting, it is showing all these incompletions in it. But the very moon is the greatest happening. Same way, all that is the happening as conscious serenity as our reality. Now let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line, entangle with Bhagwan, and continuously chant the Mahavakya to raise our frequency to match it up to the universal frequency, dissolving ourselves, falling at Bhagwan's lotus feet, and completely, whatever you're stuck, surrender it. More and more you surrender at Bhagwan's lotus feet, more and more you understand the greater reality who you are. So let's start the chanting of Mahavakya. Do it intensely with a deep earning and sit as Paramashiva, Parashakti with your 25 heads, not powerless, 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. You have to be 50 times more aware of what you are right now. Every moment only unclutching and holding Paramashiva as your verbalization and visualization. Let's experience the oneness, raise our frequency and manifest Paramashiva as our reality. So let's start the power manifestation of chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes.
Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour.
So beautiful. Whatever we have experienced, open your eyes and verify whatever prasada you have received. Verify authentically the answers for the questions that you have asked is correct. And if you've just given mathematical sum, you can use a calculator to verify the answers. Beautifully, there was a kid in one of the programs, Bhagwan's programs, and that kid was literally a calculator. And he was answering everything, whatever we asked and how many ever numbers we put, he was giving to the decimal and all the details. So we were very happy and we want to put him on the stage so everybody could see how just by one program he could become a human calculator, something opened in him. So we went to the stage and he started the whole ritual of setting everything, and then one person came to ask the question. And he said, I'm a principal, I would like to ask this question. The minute he said he's a principal, the boy lost all his confidence and he said, I will not answer him. And we were so confused as to why he will not answer. And then he said, I will only put my question, then answer only those questions. And then he wrote his questions and answered it correctly. But he was caught up in the root pattern of self-doubt, self-denial, self-hatred, even though he was so good. For past 20 days, he has done it so well. But the minute the principal word he heard, he just lost everything into the delusion. That is exactly how we are. Just one word, we lose all the confidence and who we are and get deluded again and again. And Bhagavan beautifully says that only can happen to again and again when you're seeking continuously as Paramashiva. You can avoid these things and detox your body completely. The parasites which are reacting and puts you into the again and again in delusion can be removed just by one herb that he can give you and it'll be removed. The greatest science, all the science is available for us. Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, just by one touch, he made Vivekananda experience the higher reality. Even for 3 days, he was having no difference between the food, the action, and what he was understanding. Everything was just vibrating in one frequency. That's all he experienced. And then after 3 days, he understood what is the science of the higher reality. Bhagavan gives us conscious sovereignty as our reality when he prepares us through all this power manifestation. And how we learn to walk and talk, everything takes years. All this fluttering to settle down, it takes few months. And then we start understanding the higher science, how we can manifest consciously our reality. So now we'll have one more cycle, and we'll do you can write any more questions from the internet, or you can have a partner and they can give you the questions. This is length dimension. You can simply change anything of any dimension in the length just by understanding this great science. You write the questions, and whatever Bhagavan downloads, write it down, and you will simply see the answers appearing so clearly and vividly. When the kids, Balasants, were made to sit on the chairs and put them to test, they had to answer some SAT questions, JE questions, all kinds of questions. And they answered 40 to 60%, even though it was not for their age. When we kept a Mensa test for them, simply they were able to write even the question when the page number was given. To that extent, they were able to download. And it was weird questions. And simply they were able to write the answers so perfectly. This science is given by Paramashiva to us because we are in Kailash Courtyard. He has initiated us into the higher science. Let's experience that by connecting to Paramashiva again and again. We have learned how to learn logically through senses. Let's learn how quantumly we can learn the greater science. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Start chanting the Maha Vakya with a deep oneness, melting yourself into the oneness of Paramashiva and vibrating in the higher frequency, catching up the existential reality, the conscious frequency, and experiencing the higher reality and manifesting the powers. Let's start chanting the Maha Vakya.
Open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Please open your eyes, and whatever prasada you have received today, the conscious sovereignty as your reality, just melting in that beautiful space, please go ahead and share from that space itself. All that Bhagavan is showering on us, we have to make sure we are sharing those great signs to the world. Please share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Even a small eraser, we are not getting it free. But here, Bhagavan is giving the ultimate consciousness, conscious sovereignty as our reality. So much of peace, so much of happening in our life, healing, auspiciousness, abundance simply happens when we align to the higher reality. And please share your experiences, even in the outer world, how things have changed. You can share different things and thank Bhagavan for all that he is giving us. And if you have $1 of your a unit of your currency, you can offer it in the $ that you see it on the bottom. Please go ahead and contribute to Kailasa. All this great science is brought to you only by Kailasa, Bhagavan himself. So thanking him with a deep yearning to become Paramashiva itself and deep seeking for Paramashiva's space, and thanking Bhagavan with a deep gratitude that whatever he gives as our reality, and again making us manifest all these greater signs. Thanking each one of you, whoever is there, and manifesting these powers. So with that deep gratitude, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much, and see you in the after next darshan, next satsang in Kailash Kotiyar Manifesting Power Sessions. Thank you, Nithyanandam.